Well, hello, America. Welcome to CBN News special election coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. I'm Dan Andros, managing editor of CBN News. I'm joined by Billy Hallowell and Trey Gons Phillips from CBN's Faithwire. Guys, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Right. Yeah. Happy to be here for this party, right?
Yes, I'm ready to buckle up. We have a long night ahead. The results are just starting to come in. I just want to give you all who are joining our feed just a little heads up on what we're doing. We also have main coverage from the CBN News team, from John Jessup, from Caitlin Burke, David Brody. They'll be breaking all the numbers down and everything, as we will a little bit as well. But they're also on right now on the CBN News YouTube channel and also on the YouTube page as well. So we'll be ducking in and checking in with them at the top and bottom of the hour. But we want to hear from you guys. We want to hear what's happening in your neck of the woods. I'm in Pennsylvania. I've been living the Oz Fetterman campaign for the last couple months. But we'd love to hear your thoughts on the things that are going on. And so we're going to be looking at your comments. We'll be responding to them if we can. And we're also going to be talking to a lot of people as well. We have Dr. Michael Brown is going to be joining us here in a little bit. We have CBN reporters in the field at the Oz campaign, at Capitol Hill, all ready to check in with us. So we have a lot on our plate, guys. But results are already starting to come in, and we're starting to see some indications, maybe early even, of signs of things to come.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at some of these issues that are popping up. Obviously, some of them aren't so surprising. In the exit polling, the economy showing up as the number one thing in exit polling, like 80% of voters saying the economy is their biggest concern, right? So that's not shocking to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not at all. I think the fact that inflation, you have to fill up your gas tank when you get in your car to go vote. So I think that the economy is at the top of people's minds, and inflation is at the top of people's minds is not a surprise. And I think it's also interesting the methodology, I guess, that Biden has used going up to this, kind of suggesting that the economy is in great shape. We'll see if that kind of messaging actually ends up being successful or not tonight.
Yeah. I mean, it has been overwhelming, the message from the Democrats. What they've really tried to do, and it's been pretty clear, is to shift the focus away from those issues that you guys were talking about and put them on really wheelhouse issues for Democrats, things that they think will rally their base. And I remember thinking months ago when they were really doubling down on abortion, and particularly here in Pennsylvania where I live, you were hearing Dr. Oz be called radical for saying life begins at conception. And those were all what the attack ads were about, were his views on abortion. And I was thinking, wow, this is an interesting approach, because they're essentially ignoring the economy. And what's the old adage? Always, it's the economy, stupid. And the economy doesn't get much more dicey in modern history than that I can recall seeing. Shelves empty, supply chain issues, inflation through the roof. And so I thought it was quite a gamble that you had people, that you had the Democrats focusing on that instead of the economy. But we're seeing an indication that it's at least worked to get some Democrats to the polls.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about it. They didn't have anything else. When inflation is at a 40-year high, and when you have the economy falling apart, essentially, you have a situation where you're looking for other things. And when the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, that gave them something to focus on, right? There's a right that they could give back to people. So that became the talking point. As you were saying, I live in New York, and every mailer I was getting, it wasn't about any other issue. It wasn't about the economy. It was about abortion endlessly.
Yeah.
And so looking at these exit, numbers, it's really interesting. It was the only issue so far, at least according to NBC and I believe ABC exit polling data, for which the Democrats performed better than the Republicans. 52% of Americans saying they trusted Democrats more to handle abortion, and then 42% of the country saying Republicans. And there are some other numbers too, specifically about Roe v. Wade. 39% of voters saying they were angry that the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, and an additional 21% dissatisfied. That's more than 50%. So really interesting to see those numbers coming out.
Yeah, it is honestly fascinating to tick down the list of all of the things that voters were concerned about as they went to the ballots today, because all of them, like you said, Billy, skewed pretty heavily, not just like by small numbers, but by pretty big numbers. They skewed toward Republicans. Crime, inflation, the economy, even immigration. Republicans performed really well. But then you look at abortion, like you were saying, and it just seems like the fear campaign that the Democrats kind of launched after the Roe decision in June has worked to some degree. I don't know if it's going to get them across the finish line everywhere, but the exit polling is suggesting that it did help. That ABC exit polling that you referenced, 60% of voters say that abortion should be legal rather than illegal in all or most cases. That's a pretty stunning number when you know that in every other category, voters skewed Republican. So it's an interesting outlier in all of these exit polls.
All right.
It is.
Yeah, Dan Crutchfield from Behind the Glass. Let us know. We're going to check in when our CBN News team goes through the update. Should I go to him now?
What's next for the country tonight? We bring you
okay, yeah, we're going to take it to them for a couple minutes. We'll be back in just a minute after they give the update.
Washington correspondent Tara Mergener is at Dr. Mehmet Oz's campaign headquarters in Pennsylvania. And in Virginia, senior national affairs correspondent Heather Sells is closely watching the 2nd District, where Republicans are hoping to flip a House seat.
Abigail Robertson joins us from the White House with how President Biden plays into these midterms. And Matt Galka is on Capitol Hill to discuss what tonight's elections mean for the future of Congress.
We'll be touching base with all of them throughout the night. But as we've just hit 8 p.m. on the East Coast, let's take a look at what polls have closed.
Looking at this map from 270 to win, you can see polls are now closed in the states that are gray, blue, orange, and green. That includes Pennsylvania, where we're closely watching a key Senate race. Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis looks like he's in good position to win a second term, and most of Texas, where Republicans are hoping to flip several House seats to win the House majority.
As polls close and races are called, we're joined tonight by CBN's senior political analyst David Brody and senior Washington correspondent Jennifer Wishon to help break things down and offer analysis.
David, let's start with you. What are the big, major storylines you're going to be watching for as the night progresses?
Well, there's just so many here, John. Obviously, it's either going to be a red ripple, a red wave, possibly a red tsunami. We'll wait and see the numbers. The numbers won't all be done tonight. They'll, of course, be done in the morning and then, of course, later this week as well. But look, the suburbs are a big deal. You know, Democrats won the suburbs by a couple percentage points back in 2020 when the Biden-Trump presidential election took place. And now we wait to see what those look like tonight. And we're already starting to get an indication that this is a good night for Republicans. You see the Senate map behind me, but I want to go specifically to Florida. Let's go down to Florida. Look at this, District 13. It says precincts reporting 0%. It's not true. Actually, it's 99% of districts reporting. Anna Paulina Luna will win that race. I want you to take a look as we get closer in at these numbers. Look at this, 99% of folks reporting down there. 53% for Anna Paulina Luna. She's the Republican. Eric Lynn is the Democrat. She's going to win this race by roughly 30,000 votes. Here's why that's important. In 2020, she lost by 25,000 votes to Charlie Crist. That's right, the guy that's running for governor of Florida against Ron DeSantis. This has been a Democrat district for a long time. So we already, at 8:05 or whatever time it is Eastern, we're seeing our first flip of the night for Republicans. Anna Paulina Luna, and by the way, she's going to drive Democrats crazy. She's kind of like this Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene type candidate, and she's winning in a Democrat district. That is huge. Also, as we scroll up real quick, take a look here at Pinellas County. I want you to have a look. Marco Rubio, of course, is running for the Senate up there, but I want you to look specifically at this very interesting number here. You've got Pinellas County. Take a look there on the right-hand side. Pinellas County, 97% of votes counted. Now, Pinellas County is in that St. Petersburg area east of Tampa. Look what Marco Rubio is doing tonight. He's beating the Democrat by about, if I do my calculation right, 33,000 votes. This, Pinellas County, was Democrat. It was blue in 2020. It is going red tonight. So we're starting to see potentially some good news for Republicans early on. There's so much more to dissect, but we'll start with that because that is the first newsworthy event of the evening.
All right, David, I'm glad you're doing the math over there.
Likewise.
Yeah. Okay, I want to bring in Jennifer Wishon, joining us from our bureau in Washington, D.C. Jennifer, historically speaking, midterm elections don't tend to favor the party of the president in power. Do you think this year will follow that trend?
I absolutely do. You know, the morning after midterms is typically a bad morning at the White House. And it's just a matter of how much Excedrin they're going to need over at the White House tomorrow morning. Let's look a little bit at the history. In George W. Bush's second midterm, he saw Democrats pick up 31 seats. President Obama saw Republicans pick up 63 seats, and President Trump saw Democrats gain 41 seats. It's pretty painful. And tonight,
all right, this is our CBN main team coverage here with our CBN News team. You can check that out over on the CBN News YouTube channel, also on the CBN News channel on cbnnews.com. We are going to be checking in with them at the top and bottom of the hour, particularly when David Brody, our chief political analyst, is going through those numbers. He always provides great insight on that. But we want to also check in with you guys. And looks like you all are coming in. And I've seen people so far from Oklahoma. This is us commenting in the chat, by the way. We're interacting with y'all. I've seen a bunch of you chiming in. I'm trying from the 4 Lakes. We got J Max and Dina's coming from Oklahoma. I've seen people from Pennsylvania as well. So we're so glad to have you in here. We're gonna throw out questions to you throughout the night, and see what your reaction to it is. I know Billy Trey. I mean, one of the big things we're going to be following here is former President Trump saying that he has a big announcement, and it seemed like he was going to make that announcement, but before the midterm election here today, but he held off on that. And now he's going ahead and waiting until I think the 15th. He said that it was the 14th or 15th. Correct me if I'm wrong. But he's going to make this big announcement. Everyone thinks he's saying he's going to run.
You know, I think it was actually a smart decision, if he is going to run or not, to wait, because it could have had a real impact on people who were on the brink of making a decision either in a positive way or a negative way for Republicans, because there's such a divide still. It's so interesting how much of all of this, you know, we're talking about local races, we're talking about state races, but how much of this is tied still to either Donald Trump or to President Joe Biden, right? I mean, there's such a national tie to everything, even what is happening locally, which is why we're talking about this potential red tsunami.
I think an interesting factor here is that Trump, for all the good that he may have done in Republicans' minds, he's still among the GOP electorate a pretty polarizing character. He's divided parts of the party, whereas Biden, I think, has united all of the party. So I think, to your point, Billy, it was smart for him to delay his announcement because he could have risked putting a rift there ahead of the midterms, and then some people decide not to vote because they see a candidate too tied to the former president. But right now, everybody's pretty united. At least everybody on the conservative side is pretty united against the direction that Biden wants to take the country. So I think delaying that is good or good for the Republicans, because it removed that potential storm cloud, if you will.
Yeah. And I want to lay a couple ground rules out here, guys, and more people are checking in. Looks like we've got Jay coming in. Jay, you said you're from Hillfort. I don't know where Hillfort is. So I'm in Pennsylvania. Does anyone know where Hillfort is? Billy, Trey, do you guys know? Or is this something I should know? Maybe I'm the one out of the loop. Okay.
I do not know.
Just making sure. I'm just making sure. I don't know what Hillfort is. Is it a real place? Okay. Crutch thinks it's a troll. Maybe it is. I don't know. But let's set some ground rules here. There's a couple of outcomes that are possible, guys, and I wanted to run through these here real quick. So you could have the red tsunami. This is what a lot of people have been talking about. It's just going to be a massive sweep. And you could have a wave, which would be a pretty solid Republican victory in all of the different races, or it could end up being a little more of a dud than some are predicting, and it would just be sort of a ripple. So I want to get your guys' take on what you think it would be, but a couple of write-ups that I saw had it really laid out pretty well. And one said essentially, if Republicans would win at least 30 House seats and 3 to 4 Senate seats, then that would probably classify. One of the things they said to look at here was early on, how was, let's see, which race was it here? New Hampshire. So in New Hampshire, this Hassan race here, and this was one that Republicans had hinted at a while back that maybe they could win, and if they put a good candidate up. Now, it's arguable that is Donald Bolduc that candidate. I don't know, but right now with only 10% in, obviously still early, it's 61-36. But obviously we're not going to know the answer to tsunami until a little bit later on. So that would essentially be it. And that would be like a 2010 midterm, that size of a victory for Republicans. A wave would maybe be more even to slightly better for Republicans with the turnout, with independent voters maybe breaking decisively for Republicans. And then the closest races sort of break for Republicans, but then there's not as many of those surprise pickups that David Brody mentioned there at the top. You already had one of those in Florida. And then the other ones would be just if it ended up being a little more of a fizzle, a ripple essentially, instead of a big wave. Democrats would lose the House only by a small margin, maybe 8 to 12 seats, and Democrats keep the Senate. So I don't know. What if you guys agree with that assessment? What do you think?
Yeah, it's so hard to tell. I'm looking at these numbers. There's some other exit polling numbers, not to throw too many out, but I think it's important. What do you think about Joe Biden's policies? What are they doing? Because again, this goes back nationally to the feeling that people have when they look at their wallets, when they go to their gas tanks, when they go to the grocery store. And when you look at his policies, 46% of people coming out of those exit polls for NBC they said he's hurting the country, that Joe Biden is hurting the country. 16% said he's not making a difference, which is not much better. Only 36% felt that Biden's policies were helping the country. So I'm going to lean more toward, I think there's going to at least be a wave. And by the way, you've got to take into account, we're talking obviously House, Senate, governors. You've got to look, though, at some of these cities, right? Los Angeles is one that we've covered at Faithwire, where you've got actors and celebrities coming out. Chris Pratt, Katy Perry voting for Rick Caruso, who is technically a Democrat, but he really was a Republican before. And so you've got some really strange things happening that I think point to that dissatisfaction.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to pull back a little bit and set a little bit of context. Before we pulled away from the main CBN newsfeed, our Jennifer Wishon was kind of touching on this. That usually the party in the White House, it's a bad night generally for them in midterm time. Yeah. So just to go over some numbers from past elections, the Carter administration, they lost 18 congressional seats, Reagan 38 seats, H.W. Bush 9, Clinton 55, W. Bush 26, Obama, the Tea Party movement, a huge 91 seats lost, and Trump in his midterm lost 38 seats. So historically, this is generally a bad night. It's just how bad of a night is it going to be? And Dan, I think you laid it out well. We'll see how the night unfolds, but I think it's probably going to be a moderate wave.
Yeah, I'm intrigued, guys, by this, and we're going to talk to Dr. Michael Brown here in a few minutes. But I'm intrigued by those exit polling numbers, and we talked about here before the top of the hour, Democrats, how they really fixated on abortion. And look at this. I'm in Pennsylvania. So for those of you who are on the feed here that mentioned you're from Pennsylvania, I wonder if you got this same thing that I did. Check this out. I got this thing. I'd never heard of this thing, this Pennsylvania Independent. There's a website and stuff, but it looks like a newspaper. But then it says this: abortion access at stake in midterms. Okay. And then you turn it open, and then there's another article about Mastriano, and who's running for governor, of course, and looks forward to signing a 6-week abortion ban. And it's always, and there's a crossword puzzle in there they throw in. Just I don't know. I'm not sure what's up with that. But then there's another hit piece on Republicans. So this is very clearly one-sided, and it's essentially like a hidden campaign ad. Is essentially what it is. Oz opposed pandemic relief that companies he's invested in have received, and then another crossword puzzle there, hidden word puzzle, all these things. So So you have that, and then this is what you're getting. But you notice all of them are on abortion. That's what to me is super interesting. And then these exit numbers that you were talking about, Billy, shows that maybe it worked in at least getting people to the polls. I mean, I guess we'll see as the numbers play out. And just so you know, by the way, I see in the comment section there we put in that you can check out that the same election map that we have access to, and election updates, and you can get it and you can look around. As the numbers are coming in, and I hope I don't lose my voice already. That's not a good sign. But we have all that there. But I am interested, and so you can check that out, and we'll have the live results there ticking on the bottom of the screen. But I'm interested in how Democrats turn out, because I really didn't think that would be enough of a motivator, because the states can still choose whether or not that they can allow abortion or not. And we were going to play a video here coming up. It's a remarkable video, and perhaps we'll play it after we talk to Dr. Brown. Actually, I don't know what time is it. Yeah, after we talk to Dr. Brown, we can play that. But it's a remarkable video showing the story of someone who went to get abortion, and Chuck Schumer is talking to her. Billy, I mean, it's a remarkable thing that they've done here to distract from all the things that are going on and make it about abortion.
Well, yeah, when you're desperate to rally around something, you need to rally people around something. Right now, people are rallying around the fact that there's crime. They're rallying around the fact that they don't have money or, income. And so all of these things are rallying points. And this, again, if Roe v. Wade was not overturned this past, cycle, I don't know what would have happened. What would they have rallied around? This really gave them the ability to find something, and they've seized on it. And it's not the number one issue, but it is showing up in the top couple of issues that people are citing in exit polls.
Yeah. And let's take a look here. A couple people in the comments here were asking about the numbers. What's going on now? Remember, these numbers are still early, and when we check in at the top of the or at the bottom of the hour, with our news team and David Brody, he'll really have the insights on the counties that are coming in and which ones are, heavily Republican or heavily Democrat. So sometimes you can tell that on these numbers. Like, for example, here's Georgia right now, and Warnock, with 30% in, has 55% to 43 over Herschel Walker. And so now that's early. That's 30%. So we don't know what counties are left here, unless we really drill down, and David usually does all that, and he's fantastic at it. But I wanted to look at real quick here, guys, the polls. So we're seeing that, and that one was tightening too, Billy. Wasn't it earlier when we checked on that? On Georgia, it started off a little farther out, for it was like 65 or something. I could be wrong, but
I think you're correct on that. You've got Florida, which is being, called by numerous people for Rubio, which is interesting. The thing about Rubio in Florida is that I believe he is the first Republican in Florida history to win 3 Senate terms, which is really, again,
okay, that is interesting.
It is interesting. And I think it might speak to, who he is and the popularity he has. But the current numbers, 76% of the vote is in on that, and he's at 56%, with Demings at just under 43%. So that's a big gap there.
That is a big gap. And I'll hop over to Rubio in a second, Billy. I just wanted a quick look at this. This is the Real Clear Politics average, by the way. This is a great site, guys. And what I like about it is it shows the history of the polling, so you can kind of get a sense of where things were. Like if you look at the bottom of the screen, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, August, I'm scrolling back into August, into July, and you can kind of see like how things went here all the way up to now. And you can see Walker was trailing, he's trailing, then he caught up, and then what happened here? This was all those those bombshells that came out about him, in his past, having paid for an abortion for women. But look at this. It narrowed, and then it flipped, and then he's ahead here in the last minute. So that is a wild race right there. So obviously 30% in right in, and Warnock holds the lead, but that thing is a toss-up. So I think you can expect to see it go down to the wire. And so you wanted me to look at Rubio here, right, Billy? So here we go. Yeah, 77% in, and Rubio has, they've actually, AP has called it for Rubio here. So Rubio does have it with 77% in, according to AP. So quick turnaround there for, not a turnaround, but that's an early win for Rubio.
And a big win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna sit down with Dr. Michael Brown, and I got a lot to ask Dr. Michael Brown.
Yeah.
He's an author and a radio host for those who don't know him, but about Christian political engagement. What does that look like? How are we supposed to do it in these crazy times? That is really interesting. Every election cycle, without fail, you hear this is the most important election ever, or in our lifetime. Yeah, but this is a really interesting and important election for many. Why do you believe this is one that believers should be paying attention to?
Well, the elections have been important for some years, and they'll be important for the foreseeable future. But there's an increasing polarizing in the society, and the middle ground is quickly disappearing. So, for example, President Biden has said that if he got a majority in the Senate, that he would want to codify Roe v. Wade. That's a pretty momentous thing just there. So if you can remember back, putting aside, say, Clarence Thomas hearings, when there were hearings to appoint a new Supreme Court justice, it's pretty much right. The president nominates them. They look at the qualifications, and Congress would vote overwhelmingly for the person, and now it's like everything is a tooth and nail battle. So we're just in that moment of everything so intensely polarized. President Biden has made his views clear in terms of transgender activism and the chemical castration, genital mutilation of children. And there are lawmakers even saying that you should take children away from parents that won't have this done for their kids. So the stakes are just very high because of the polarizing in the society. The key thing is this: politics has its place. The elections have their place. At best, getting better candidates in our view, is putting a wedge in the door so the church can do its transformative work. Otherwise, if we rely on politics to do the work of the church, we'll be sadly disappointed.
Well, and coming off of that, because you've talked a lot about this, obviously, you've written on it. You have a book, The Political Seduction of the Church, that addresses this topic of how Christians can engage, properly. But what do you say to Christians who aren't just being engaged, because being engaged is a great thing, but who are panicked or very worried about what might happen if their candidates don't win tonight?
Right. The stakes are high and we should vote. It's very important that people do vote. We have this privilege here in America, which much of the world, through much of world history, has not had. But let's get things in a right perspective. Jesus is always Lord. The church grew and thrived under madmen like Nero and Caligula. The church has been thriving and growing in the midst of intense persecution in countries like China or Sudan or Iran. So the church is going to grow. And sometimes when we don't have our choice candidates in, we pray more, we cry out to God more. When we have our guy in the White House, whoever that may be, or our gal in Congress, it's easy to look to them to bring about change, whereas they have their job, and it's an important job, and it can have great influence for better or worse. But it could be that the worst case political scenario ends up being the best case for the church to finally wake up. You hate for it to come to that because there are consequences and there's pain with it. But Jesus is Lord. And I'm going to get up rejoicing either way because he's Lord, and go about doing my business knowing that the gates of hell cannot prevail against the church.
Well, the disciples certainly didn't live in an arena in which they had, a favorable government around them, right? And of course, we want to have that. We want to have, a scenario where we can do, like you were saying, the work of the church. I love how you describe that, having sort of that wedge in the door to do that. But to your point, the church has thrived in times of chaos. And I think right now, there's a real feeling of chaos, right? That everybody has their own morals and their own values, and everybody's following their own truth, even though we know there's only one truth. Everyone's sort of doing whatever they want to do. And when you look at that, it feels like the culture is so chaotic and everybody's moving in these directions that are, troubling. But at the same time, we're hearing these murmurs and we see polling showing that people are actually reacting maybe to some of these negative things that have happened in culture on the education front, on the gender front. What do you make of that? Because it is interesting. Culture is secularizing, but some people seem to be waking up.
Right. I've been expecting a pushback for many years now. I've been expecting a pushback against a radical agenda that will go too far. And most Americans, it seemed, have gotten pretty at home with the idea of same-sex quote marriage, and hey, we want to be tolerant, and my neighbors next door are a really nice couple, and I've got a kid, and so on, and you know, they don't want to be discriminatory and bigoted. But when it comes to a boy sharing a bathroom or locker room with their daughter at the age of 14, when it comes to the idea of what's being done to these children in terms of transgender activism, when it comes to some radical ideologies being introduced in the schools, I don't mean teaching American history in a full and fair way. I mean radical ideologies and laying guilt trips on people and things like that. Parents are saying, well, what is this? We didn't sign up for this. We want to be tolerant and loving, but we didn't sign up for this. So it's when things go too far. Now, let's put things in perspective. On average, most Americans will still end up voting their pocketbook. And if the economy is doing really well, the jobs are doing well, and they've got good career opportunities, and the groceries aren't that expensive, and when they're pumping gas in the car, they don't have to go into debt to do it. That's what's going to drive most of the voters. However, most elections are pretty close. And you're having more and more parents and just kind of secular people, not even religious people, saying, this is crazy. We don't like this. You know, Elon Musk, who's anything but a born-again, Bible-believing Christian, has said by staying in the same position for years, he has gone from Democrat to Republican because the Democrats have shifted so far left. So that's just what's happening to more people. And those votes, however many thousands, millions they may be, can be the whole thing that tips an election. That seems to be what happened in Virginia.
Yes, and Virginia is a great point to make as people are looking at the results coming in, you know, trying to figure out now what's going on. Virginia was a real shocker, but you had that education factor. You had these other things going on in Loudoun County and other places there in the state that really drove a lot of that. And I think your point is very interesting in that the economy is always the number one thing really that people are going to make a decision on. But when you have such economic turmoil like we have right now, people may also pause and say, but wait a minute, what about all these other things that are going on? It almost points your attention toward education and gender and, yeah, the abortion discussion. Before we close out here, I wanted to talk a little bit about that because you brought it up earlier on. Obviously, we're looking at a situation here where abortion, there's a big push to put it into federal law. You know, what do you think pro-lifers need to be doing right now, no matter what happens politically? What should believers who are pro-life do about this issue?
Well, the pro-life work has to continue because all the overturning of Roe v. Wade did was push things back to the states. And it further radicalized and awakened the opposition, those that think that this is a woman's choice. So because of that, it is all the more essential that we redouble our efforts, that we help educate, that we help humanize the baby in the womb to others, that we help people tell their stories about abortion and why it wasn't the best choice, and get that truth out. And then also something I think is really untapped and that we need to focus on as a church. As I've done my radio show, and sometimes I'll take calls from people who've had abortions in the past, Billy, they have been some of the most moving, tear-jerking calls. I mean, people 30, 40 years ago, women, believers saying, I know I'm forgiven, but then they break down weeping. That was my baby. Some saying I was a radical feminist when I had my abortion. But then every year when the baby would have been 1 or 2, I'd feel guilt. I feel this pain. There are so many hurting women out there, so many that have shouted their abortion to cover up the pain on the inside. If we can somehow say, hey, here's a place you can come and get healing and forgiveness. And we're not here to condemn. We're here to relieve the guilt. Boy, I think there are many people we could reach. So the elections, yes, important. So those who voted for Donald Trump, 3 justices appointed to the Supreme Court. Without that, Roe v. Wade would not have been overturned. But that, in turn, opened up a hornet's nest of opposition and anger. And the Democrats thought they were going to be able to ride that into the elections. And perhaps if the economy was strong and thriving, that could have pushed. But for even liberal voters, that seems to be way down on the list to other issues. But we must not let up for a second now that Roe v. Wade's been overturned. Quite the contrary. Let's redouble our efforts to build a culture of life that values even the least of these. If we can do that, then we can really see transformation.
Well, I love what you talked about there, getting to the heart of the matter. People are what matter, loving people, right? Loving truth and loving people, and obviously loving God with that in truth. Dr. Michael Brown, so appreciate your time. The book is The Political Seduction of the Church. Thanks for joining us.
God bless.
To take a long...
All right, we're going to send it back down now to John Jessup and David Brody. They're going through the latest numbers right now, and we'll be back in just a minute after we watch them recap it.
All right, why don't we do a sweep around the country? How about the race in Wisconsin? You have Senator Ron Johnson versus Mandela Barnes. How's the race shaping up there? This is one race that Democrats earlier on thought they could pick up because they saw Ron Johnson is incredibly vulnerable. What's happening now?
That's right. And once again, it's early. It's in the middle of the country. Ron Johnson should win this race tonight. Mandela Barnes has honestly been and this is the Democrats talking, a flawed candidate. He has been a defund the police type guy. He's tried to dial that back. He's a bit charismatic in the sense that, he's good in that sense. But the problem is that there's been too many things in his past, especially from a law enforcement standpoint, that's been a problem. For Ron Johnson, they try to make him kind of this COVID conspiracy guy, but that hasn't necessarily stuck. So we'll see. It's tight, but Republicans should win that. I do want to talk about New Hampshire. Can we go to New Hampshire?
Let's go back to New Hampshire.
All right.
Back to the Northeast.
That's right. And because this is the one, John, that I think we're going to start
This is Maggie Hassan versus Don Bolduc.
That's right. And take these results with a grain of salt, obviously. You see 62 to 38. It won't stay that way. This is going to be a very close race. It'll probably go down to will go down to the wire. Maggie Hassan won her race only by 1,000 votes last time, 6 years ago, against Kelly Ayotte. And so we expect Don Bolduc to actually do very well here in New Hampshire. But the reason I brought up New Hampshire is because typically the result comes in relatively fast in New Hampshire compared to a lot of other states. So we should be getting a sense of how the Senate will start to go early on from New Hampshire.
David, maybe what I should have done to start out this segment is just dial back a little bit.
Yeah.
Republicans need only back of the House, one seat. To net one seat in order to win control of the Senate.
That's right.
So which seat are they? I know Democrats are defending more vulnerable seats.
Mm-hmm.
What are the vulnerable seats? I know Nevada is one of them as well, right?
Yeah, so let's, I call it the strive for 5. This is what the Republicans are trying to do tonight. They hope they can pick up 5 seats. And let's just start in Georgia. We know that's the toss-up with Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. And once again, these are all Democrat-controlled seats that the Republicans are trying to flip tonight. One is in Georgia. You've got Arizona. That's Blake Masters and Mark Kelly out there. Mark Kelly, the Democrat. Blake Masters, the Republican. You've got Nevada. That's Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democrat. And against Adam Laxalt, the former attorney general. That's 3. This is the interesting one. In Washington State, that's right, Patty Murray.
And Tiffany Smiley.
Tiffany Smiley, the Republican, is a great candidate. The Republicans are very happy with her. Patty Murray has been around for a very long time, 30-plus years. That could be 4 that the Republicans turn, if it's a very good night, that is. And then we'll go back to New Hampshire, which is number 5, Maggie Hassan, the Democrat. Potentially could lose as well. That's the best case scenario for Republicans. Democrats, right. If you're wondering about that, the best case scenario for them really is to keep all of those seats that we just talked about. In other words, they keep with the Democrats and they flip one. Pennsylvania, that's the Dr. Oz Fetterman race. If they can do that, they get 51, and that's probably it's definitely their ceiling. That's their best case scenario.
I think the thing that I'm going to take away from this segment is the strive for 5.
Thank you.
Good logo, good motto there.
Thank you. I copyrighted that. Don't try to go to the copyright office.
I will not.
Right.
We're going to turn things right back to Caitlin. Caitlin, what do you have?
Guys, I wanted to give a quick update. Polls have officially closed in Arkansas, where we already have AP calling the Senate race for Republican John Boozman, who has won re-election to the U.S. Senate, and also the governor's race. Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders has won that election for the governor of Arkansas. Now, I want to turn back to that Pennsylvania Senate race that you heard John and David talking about with Republican Senator Pat Toomey retiring. Democrats see that state as their best chance to flip a seat in their favor.
All right. Thank you, the CBN News team. Again, you can watch their feed on the CBN News channel. Great stuff going on over there. David does a phenomenal job. And we're hoping to have David on our stream a little bit later on. As more and more things come in. But guys, your reaction, you heard Sarah Huckabee Sanders there. That one coming in. That's something we haven't had a chance to chat about, are these gubernatorial races that are going on. Maybe we can get into that in a little bit. But we had also talked about that, about the New Hampshire situation. And it was interesting to hear David, guys, say that, because I'm not that familiar with Donald Bolduc and Maggie Hassan, they're not on the top of my radar, but I have read that this is, as David said, the results always come in earlier. There's obviously less votes to count and things of that nature. But He said it was going to go down to the wire, which is very interesting to me.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's so many of these races, it's like the Super Bowl, right? Except it's like 1,200 Super Bowls happening at the same time. You're trying to follow it all and dig into all of it. I think a lot of these are going to go down to the wire, and I won't be surprised if we see some that we think are going to be settled and easy, not be easy, and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, you would hope that whoever loses and whoever wins, that each party would learn some things from the election. But we know that history proves that often political leaders on both sides of the aisle learn absolutely nothing from elections, and they continue to do a lot of the same things. But I think it should make Democrats, it seems like it should make Democrats at least somewhat uncomfortable, even if they eke out a win in some places that should be comfortable for them, right? So even if it's close and they still win, that should be indicative of something, right? I think a lot of it is about education. A lot of it is about this messaging that we've had on the sexualization of children in this new era of the sexual revolution. I think that's a big thing. And my inkling is that that's partially why the Democrats have leaned so heavily into the abortion issue, because they know when it comes to sexuality, they are losing, not just among conservatives, but with parents writ large who have young children and are just super uncomfortable with this transgender craze, for lack of a better phrase, that's kind of sweeping the country, at least in our media and our political talking points.
Yeah, it's been really odd to me, guys, that those issues have kind of fallen in partisan lines. I'm a little troubled, I will say. I mean, I know there's always going to be partisan bickering over things, but I'm a little troubled that it seems literally everything now is turned into partisan. So when you're seeing kids sexualized, like with these drag shows and whatnot, and look, I'm not gonna, if adults want to go do drag thing, I'm not in favor of that, obviously, but I'm not gonna harangue you. But when you get the kids involved, that takes it to a whole nother level. You would think everyone would universally be appalled by this, but we're so tribal right now that people are still finding ways to retreat into their tribes. Instead of looking at an issue and saying, you know what, this is right or wrong, this is wrong, this is right, they're saying, wait a minute, is this my team or their team? and then they're just going over there. It's a troubling trend.
Yeah, I don't think it's just, I think that is 100% true. We're tribal. And I think you have to mix that, though, with the fact that we're also lost. We've separated from truth as a culture. And so politics is downstream from culture. We've said that a trillion times. But when you have that dynamic going on of people going into tribes, and you have the vast majority of the public being fed secular lines and being pushed further from, eternal truth, what you're going to have are some of those groups that people are being pushed into. They're not so great, are they? Right? The attributes of those groups. And so I think that's really the toxic part of what's sort of happening in the culture, is that separation from eternal truth in God.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, that's why I appreciate what Dr. Michael Brown just said a few minutes ago, talking about relying on the Lord and trusting that he's still in control, because the reality is, I think part of the reason, Dan, we're so tribal right now is because we live in such a relativistic world, right? So it's like, well, my truth is this, and my candidate is saying this, so that must be the reality. When of course, the real truth is in Scripture and found in what the Lord has to say about sexuality and all these things about the abortion issue. But we're so divided as a country because we're so dependent on my truth and your truth that we're not even coming together over any absolute truth. And I think that's part of why we've become so siloed as a culture.
Yeah, indeed. And Crutch, if we can get over to Crutch behind the glass tonight. If we can get over to my map here, I just wanted to shout. I saw a bunch of people saying, good for Sarah, when Caitlin had updated that Sarah Huckabee Sanders had won. And here the AP is calling it. You can see this is the AP map. By the way, everyone watching, if you want to go, you know what? How about I drop the link right in the chat here? I think somebody already did, but I'm going to do it again. You can go ahead and do it for yourself. It's kind of fun. You can go around and you can check out all the numbers and what the latest results, the official results coming in from AP. And you can see here, these are the governor's races, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 already called here for Republicans. There's Arkansas right there. They don't even have the numbers coming in yet, and they still have the check for Sarah Huckabee Sanders. You got Alabama, Florida. I mean, Ron DeSantis just absolutely punishing Charlie Crist here. in Florida, and that was, Charlie Crist has been a long time candidate there in Florida, and I actually got my media career in Florida in the 2000 election, guys. Can you imagine this? This was my first election that I covered, was the Hanging Chads one. And it was incredible. We were in Tampa there, and it was just completely wild. But Charlie Crist was a politician back then. I mean, that's 22 years ago, and he's still doing all this stuff now. But anyway, he tried again, and DeSantis, obviously very popular Republican governor, despite any quote unquote controversies that you have with DeSantis, people still respect in Florida the job that he did and keeping things, relatively open as you could in COVID. And he's talked about that a lot. And apparently that has resonated with Floridians.
I mean, it's an 18-point spread right now with 82% of the vote in. I mean, that is, depending on what map you're looking at, but that is incredible. And I do think it speaks to, clearly there's something about DeSantis and what he's doing and what he stands for that is resonating, not just a little bit, but it's deeply resonating with Floridians. And I think we've seen it deeply resonate with a lot of other conservatives across America, which is why he is widely believed to be one of the front runners should he choose to run in 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting that it seems like a lot of DeSantis's support has come in two ways from independents. I'm talking, obviously conservatives are already predisposed to favoring DeSantis, but I think independents have turned to him because of COVID, how he handled that, but also because he's been unwilling to kowtow to the left or to the secular world, whatever you want to say, on the issue of sexuality and education, right? He's been bullish on those issues, and I think people are desperate for somebody who will speak out about those things because they are touchy topics. Unfortunately, they've become touchy topics, which is kind of wild to even consider, but they have, and he's been willing to kind of go out there and take the proverbial bullets and speak out about it. So I think that's why he's curried some favor, because even though I think we are really polarized and we are kind of going to our own silos, I think there's potential for this sexuality issue and education issue to be a uniting factor across party lines. We saw that in my state, Virginia, with Youngkin last year, right? He won the election by a slim margin, but he won it largely because of the education issue.
Yeah, can I add to that really quickly, Dan?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
There was a poll that we covered at FaithWire saying that 73% of voters were less likely to vote for a candidate who openly supported transitioning minors. So that wasn't just surgery, that was, giving them hormones and that sort of thing. That is a stunning statistic. If 73% of voters, which includes Democrats, obviously, are less willing to vote for somebody who holds that position, right now the president of the United States not only holds that position, he does it very boldly and openly. And so I think you're right, Trey. We're seeing those numbers play out where people are starting to admit, you know what, I'm actually willing to maybe not vote for somebody who believes that. And that's pretty stunning.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We talk a lot on our podcast. If y'all are not familiar with the Quick Start podcast, find it on Apple Podcasts, subscribe to it. We're there every morning at 7 a.m. and we're talking through the news of the day, and it's a lot of fun, and we get through it in 20-ish minutes. I'd say 20-ish minutes. I don't know. Some days 25. Some days there's a little more crazy going on than other days.
Depends how much fun we're having.
Yes, right. Indeed. Friday Junior is Thursday, Tuesday's Mini Monday. It's a whole thing. So we would love to have you on there. But we've been talking a lot on that podcast about how, as Christians for a long time, there was an overlap where people would agree with Christian principles just on like sexualization of kids. We would agree on that and of course we have our Christian reasons for that with sin and everything else. But secular society in general would agree on stuff like that. They would also say, yeah, that's wrong, even if I'm not a Christian. But I feel like that overlap is becoming more and more distant. And you're starting to see people try to justify things that are unjustifiable. And as Christians, it's imperative that we start pointing people to God's truth. And I cannot stress that enough. And because I think now is a time, going back to what Dr. Brown was talking about, you have these times where it's not popular to be a Christian right now in popular culture. But we have to speak God's truths and be bold in that and not wither to the winds of culture, because God's will be done, and we don't want to shrink in the midst of this. This is our chance to point people to God. When things get hard, when things get difficult, when it's hard to speak God's truth, that's when you're going to glorify him more. And so, I mean, we're all Christians here, most likely watching this stream and watching CBN News. And so, it's a call that I want to put out there, that we have to be bold about our faith and about God's truths and attaching it to that, because you're seeing people start to question very basic realities.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay, do we have Heather? Okay. All right. Well, let's bring in Heather Sells now. CBN's Heather Sells. She is part of the coverage tonight. And you know what? I got to get my sheet here. Where did my sheet go? Oh, I got to just flip it over. Okay. So Heather, you are on the campaign trail with watching Rep. Elaine Luria, who's the Democrat in Virginia in the 2nd district there, going against State Senator Jen Kiggins, the Republican. Tell us about this race. This is one of those ones that could be an indication of what's going to happen tonight.
Yeah, this has been one of the most closely watched House races in the country, and just underscoring that House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy was here just last night, stumping for Jen Kiggins. Republicans really want this seat, and they've been going for it. They've poured billions into it, as have the Democrats. This is a newly drawn district, and so that has meant that a lot of conservative neighborhoods have been added to it. That's made it an uphill fight for Elaine Luria. Both candidates have emphasized really different issues. Kiggins, the GOP challenger, has emphasized inflation, like a lot of the Republicans have this campaign cycle, and she's been laser focused on that. Elaine Luria was talking more about abortion, now has been talking more about saving the democracy, her involvement on the January 6th committee, her concern about democratic institutions, in this country. So you've just had a really different feel from this campaign, for both campaigns. And right now, the local newspaper is reporting with about 31% of the expected vote in that Kiggins is definitely ahead, 57% to 42%. So it looks like we could have an upset here.
Is that question of, or that statement about democracy being under assault, we're seeing that pop up a lot. Has that been effective from what we know in that campaign, or even more broadly, if you want to speak to that?
I'm sorry. Yeah, repeat that phrase. It's really loud in here.
No problem. Democracy being under attack, we're seeing that a lot come up in races around the country. You mentioned it in that particular race. Is that something that's been effective for the candidate using that?
That's a really good question, and that's what Elaine Luria has wondered in this race. She said it might cost her her seat, talking about saving the democracy. So too soon to call whether that issue was an effective one or not for her, but I think it was a risky one for her. I think she might have also been trying to appeal. This has been a really tough needle to thread for her, if you will, but trying to appeal to the military in this district by saying that she was really bearing down on her oath to protect the Constitution by serving on the January 6th committee. So hoping that those conservative-minded military folks would see what she was trying to do. But I'm not sure that she was able to convince enough voters across the spectrum that was the important issue and that she was the right candidate.
Yeah. Oh, Trey, you're muted, buddy. Go ahead.
Oh, here I am. I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. No, so Heather, I think if you're looking just at exit polling, it seems like leaning into abortion for Democrats has been helpful. Could you tell us a little bit about Elaine Luria? Do you think that has been helpful to her race, to any of the other races that you've been monitoring? Is it an effective campaign to lean into this abortion issue?
Yeah, and that's a really interesting issue, too, because we are so polarized right now. And, I definitely, with her core Democratic supporters, I'm hearing a lot of people tonight, a lot of women especially, talk about abortion, and they appreciate her stance on it. So I think that has helped her with her strong Democratic following. But in terms of garnering independent votes, crossover Republican votes, I'm not so sure that that has helped. We'll know more about that in the days to come.
So Heather, you kind of hit the numbers at the top there, but I was looking at a bunch of different maps and stuff. So right now, AP has 55% of votes counted, and Kiggins at 56%, and Luria at 44%. Where do you expect this, or do you have a good sense as to like which counties are in, which heavily Republican or Democrat counties are in, and is this going to tighten up as this thing goes on, or what do you expect to see from here?
Yeah, I don't know which of the precincts are reporting. We know that about a third of the expected vote has reported in, but I don't know which ones are. I know that as of noon today, the Cook Political Report was saying that the heavily Republican precincts in Virginia Beach, that their turnout was much stronger than some of the more Democratic-leaning precincts. So that is perhaps indicative of what might happen tonight. I've also been in touch with some GOP officials in Virginia Beach who thought a couple of days ago that this race would be called by 10:30 or so tonight. We'll see. There's a lot of people who are expecting this race to be really tight, and perhaps will be waiting for days. Don't know right now at all when the results will really be.
Oh man, Heather, don't say that we're going to be waiting for days. We don't want to be waiting for days for these results.
I know.
Come on, people.
I know.
They have one job to count the votes in America. Come on, guys, one job to count those votes.
I know. I know.
Just the one. Count them up. All right, Heather, thank you so much, Heather Sells, for joining us here out on the campaign trail. I know it's noisy out there.
Later.
Yeah, we'll catch up with you later on as things come in. So there's Heather Sells out in a very noisy room out there. Thanks, Heather. I want to go back now and let's peek, because the races that everyone is looking at now, guys, is the Senate, of course. So let's take a peek here as to what's going on. Let's take a peek down into Georgia. And I saw someone in the comments, looked like Underwater Levels. Pretty sure that's not your real name. But obviously 45%. So as we talked about with Heather, we don't know which counties are in here. David breaks all that stuff down, which we'll go to them here at the top of the hour to get more on this race and others. But as you can see, it's tightening. So if you look at it, and I'll go to the Real Clear Politics. I mentioned this earlier on. But yeah, what's that, Crutch? We good?
Oh, okay. That was me. I was going to say it's tightening, as you were saying, and as those numbers tick up, they're getting Warnock and Walker are getting closer and closer. They're 2 percentage points away from each other now.
Right. So even though it started out early, I mean, you look at these polls and it just really, I mean, it flip-flopped. I mean, you could see Warnock was ahead, then Walker, then it went back. But then it ended, Walker closed strong, despite all of this, negative press that he was getting. And Bill, you had seen some exit poll numbers on that. Did we mention that before? Why don't you hit that again while I'm going back to try to find the latest number here?
Yeah,
50-48.
We didn't hit that, but it was interesting because 2 in 3 voters in Georgia, they felt that Herschel Walker did not have good judgment. That's pretty stunning, 2 in 3. So, but good judgment, it doesn't mean you're not going to vote for the person, though, right? Because the issues and the policies are what matter. So it's very interesting. Obviously, the race is too close to call, 51% according to Real Clear Politics in, but they weren't favorable. Only about 1/3 saying they felt that he had good judgment, and more than half felt that Warnock had good judgment. So to me, good judgment is actually a very essential part of, being a politician. So if he wins Walker, that's going to be a really intriguing thing to go back and look at.
Well, it seems like a lot of the rhetoric we're hearing about this Walker-Warnock race is similar to what we heard about Trump maybe in 2016. Some people saying, well, personally, I have issues with him, but I like his governing style. We heard that obviously way back when during the Clinton era when he was up for re-election. So this isn't like a talking point that's brand new to politics. Obviously, we've heard it a lot, but it still could end up working. Some of the CNN exit polling showed that a lot of Hispanics, or at least some percentage points of Hispanics and blacks, were shifting over to Walker. More than half of 45 and older voters went for Walker over Warnock. So the messaging could ultimately work. I don't know. It is tightening, but as you said, Dan, we don't know exactly which districts have got their votes in yet.
All right, Trey, let's head over. We're going to go back into the main coverage here. David is on breaking down some of the latest updates and diving into the numbers. Let's take a listen in.
The governor's race down there, you can now see Brian Kemp. Remember, John, we were at the wall. That was quite a moment, John, you and me at the wall. And now Brian Kemp, before it was Stacey Abrams winning, now Brian Kemp is taking the lead by 6 percentage points over Stacey Abrams. And, you know, not to kind of geek out a little bit, but and excuse me while I scroll on the air live here, but let's just go look at Georgia 2. And I'm going to explain why it's important to look at Georgia 2. When I say Georgia 2, I'm talking about House District 2 in Georgia. And take a look at this result. This is shocking. What we're looking at. Sanford Bishop, let me explain this here. Sanford Bishop is the Democrat there. He's been there like forever. As a matter of fact, this has been a district. This is in that Macon, Georgia, kind of south down through Albany, Georgia, way south of Atlanta. It's been a Democrat district since, wait for it, 1875. It's one of the poorest districts actually in the country. Sanford Bishop is only up. Well, here, we just updated it now. Look at this. With 37% of the vote in, but it is neck and neck right now. And here's why this is important. You might say, okay, it's only 37% of the vote. Eventually, it'll work itself out. Okay, here's the problem for Sanford Bishop. Last time, 2 years ago, he won this district by 50,000 votes. 50,000 votes. Look, even if he wins tonight, he's not winning by 50,000 votes, I can tell you that much. But anyhow, we'll keep an eye on that. That is also not good news for Democrats. So there's a couple of storylines. And once again, really important that it's early. We need to take a step back. We talk about on our promo for CBN News that truth matters. And the reason truth matters, well, there's a lot of reasons that truth matters. But one of the key reasons is to go slow as he or she goes. And tonight we're going to go slow because we don't want to get ahead of our skis and start predicting things that we don't exactly know at this time. So we will wait and we'll see how the night develops.
All right. Thanks, David. And if we could go to Jennifer Wishon real quick. Jennifer, I'm curious if you're watching the Virginia 7 race at all. Yesli Vega is up right now on Democrat Representative Abigail Spanberger. Is that a surprise to you?
No, it is not. This is one that we knew was going to be very tough for the incumbent. And if I'm just looking at my notes here, you know, we were talking about redistricting earlier. This is definitely, let's see if I'm just getting.
All right, we're going to take it back here. David, we were just checking in for David doing his update there, and there Jennifer Wishon now on the air over on our CBN News full team coverage with John Jessup and Caitlin Burke and David Brody. Guys, I love watching David go through the numbers. I mean, this is David Brody in his element. I mean, he is never happier than when he's got a bunch of election results coming in, and it shows. It's phenomenal. I love it.
I know. When you interview him, it's great because he's like this district and that district. It's like he's like a computer, a human election computer. It's amazing.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. No, I was going to say a dictionary of election knowledge. He's definitely an asset that I'm glad we have on our team, especially on election nights.
Indeed. All right. Hey guys, we've been teasing this, so I don't want to leave it hanging out there for any one of you in the comments here. And we want to get your reaction as well to what's going on. How was your voting experience? What was it like for you? I didn't have a big line. I'm in Pennsylvania with the Oz Fetterman back and forth going on, and it really wasn't a big line at all. I mean, there were people out there, but it wasn't anything like 2020, which obviously, it's going to be crazy for a general, presidential election more so. But the midterm, I thought it might be pretty hyped here, going into this. So, but I want to play this video, guys. And Billy, where did you find this one?
Is this is the abortion video?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
So Chuck Schumer was running ads. I'm in New York here. So he was running these ads, and they were short ads, TV ads about this woman, Stephanie, who had an abortion. And then I found on his Twitter account the full interview with this woman, which is, 2 minutes long. And yeah, so I saw it as an actual political ad that was running here in New York.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna open it up here, and we're gonna play it. So this is kind of to our point here, what we were talking about. This is the sort of thing you saw times 1,000 over and over again. And it's honestly just, it's sad and it's shocking, but just let's watch this, and we'll probably pause it here at some point to react. But here's Chuck Schumer talking to someone who has had an abortion, and they're talking about in the context of you need to vote for Democrats here in this election.
I was completely alone. I couldn't tell anybody. There was no abortion clinic nearby. I had to drive about 2.5 hours just to get to the clinic. But even before getting to the clinic, just making the appointment was brutal. There was very limited opportunity to even book one. And I just remember thinking, how long can I possibly wait? Made the 2.5-hour drive to the abortion clinic, past all the protesters. I parked, I went into the clinic. A law had just been passed.
So I want to pause here. We're a third, not even a third of the way into this thing. And I'm not even sure how to put into words the music, Chuck Schumer, this very big, and like the big complaint here is that she had to take a little bit of a long drive and had to wait a few minutes to get an appointment for an abortion. I mean, this is not a small thing. This is terminating the life of your child in the womb, and they're treating it like, I mean, I don't even know what you would call this music, guys, but this floored me when I saw just the vibe of this from this point to here, but it gets worse. Do you guys want to add anything, or just want me to roll it?
Well, I was just gonna say, I think it's heartbreaking as a New Yorker, the fact that an ad like this could actually play and work, because people are that disconnected. This is not a root canal. This is an abortion, but this sort of thing does play with a lot of New York voters.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that this seems to be working, but it reminds me just of NPR a few days ago on Michigan. They ran a video audio, of a woman having an abortion, and they ran that whole audio of the procedure happening. So we're seeing the media and a lot on the left being increasingly brazen about this issue, and it's heartbreaking, as you said, Dan, to see that this could potentially be an effective way of campaigning.
Yeah. All right, let's let this thing roll here for a little bit, if you can make it.
The doctor just started chatting with me to sort of help me gain perspective. And, he said, you are so brave. You are here. You are going to be able to do so much. So I sat there in the shower for what seemed like an eternity, the water hitting me. And I thought, okay, this will pass, this will pass, this will pass. And in the morning, I felt better. I still felt horrible. But the doctor had given me a call. He said, how are you? And I felt such a relief that somebody wanted to know how I was doing. I'm really happy that I
mean, can we just look at right there? She went on to go to college. They're making it look like because she had an abortion, she was able to graduate college. And yeah. I just find that so offensive. It is so offensive and demeaning to women, number one. But just to say that they can't make it in college if they have a baby. I mean, it's just
right.
It's remarkable, and it's disturbing, and it's offensive.
Well, we've had celebrities openly say, I wouldn't have won this award if I didn't have my abortion. I mean, this has been an ongoing narrative. And it's interesting how sad she seems to be while talking about this. That strikes me as kind of odd.
I don't know if I can make it through another minute of this. I don't know. Do you think I need to play the rest? Should I play the rest?
I think you should. I think it's
okay.
Worth hearing the entire thing.
It.
Okay, let's do it. All right, I won't leave you hanging.
Through with it, that I didn't bulk, that I didn't have a child with somebody that I would never want in my life. This is where I needed to be. And I'm proud to be able to have these conversations.
Extremists.
I wish this wasn't clouded in shame, and I wish I could have told more people. And so that's what I feel like I have to do now, is just normalize it.
You're showing amazing courage, and it will help other people, because there are still so many people alone who can't tell people because of their family or their social situation, religious situation. So what you're doing shows strength and courage, and it's going to help things.
I mean, that guy's is honestly, it's beyond words. It leaves me, when you sent that to me earlier, Billy, I mean, it left me essentially speechless. For a whole bunch of reasons here, and the results keep coming in, and we'll get to those in just a second. You got the ticker there. Again, we dropped the link in the comment section if you want to, browse around the results as they're coming in. We'll get to the roundup here in just a minute. But that is the sort of thing that has been going on. That is the way they're framing the abortion issue. And no longer are the days, guys, of safe, legal, and rare. That's what you're going to get now. I want to speak this out and stop the shame on abortion so that everybody can get an abortion. I mean, that is something that we all need to be on bended knee praying that God would rebuke this and put an end to this.
Yeah, and I think having compassion for this woman in this video and understanding that there are 100%. lies being told here. Obviously, who's brave? The person who's brave is the woman who has a baby as a teenager, who goes on, who is successful, who cares for that child. That is where the bravery is. We have so much misplaced bravery in this culture, and it's such a lie and a tragedy.
Yeah, the first thing, honestly, that I thought when I saw this ad is, my heart breaks for this young woman, right? Because, like you said, Billy, she's been lied to. Why do you think she's so sad? Why is she having this visceral, emotional reaction? Because in her heart of hearts, she knows what went on. She knows what happened. She knows what abortion is. But the media and so many on the pro-abortion side will just lie by sugarcoating all of this and putting a different word on it, a different spin on it. And as you said, Dan, what an offense to women to suggest that you can't be successful and have a child. But we have artists, as you said, Billy, like Stevie Nicks is one who said Fleetwood Mac never would have existed had I not had an abortion. But then others like Cardi B, I think, is the rapper who ended up having a child while she was obviously a performing artist, and she was mocked for that, for saying that she was happy to have a child, to be a mother and be an artist. That's the world that we're now living in, unfortunately.
Yes, indeed. And we are going to be trying to catch up with CBN's Abigail Robertson, who is at the White House. Joe Biden, guys, in this election, it's been very interesting. It's been pretty limited on him getting out there. I mean, we saw President Obama campaigning on the campaign trail. He hit the campaign trail for Fetterman, which was very interesting. But she's ready. Okay. All right. Let's, but that whole, the way that they've interacted in this is very interesting. And so let's bring in CBN's Abigail Robertson right now. Abigail, can you hear us? We can't hear her, Crutch. So, no.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, we got you now, Abigail. How are you?
Awesome. Great. How are you?
Good.
A little chilly, not going to lie.
Okay. All right. All right. What do we got down there? Is it like 50s, 60? I mean, what's the temp?
Well, I'd say 45. Glove weather.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right. That is chilly for that neck of the woods. All right. So you're at the White House and you are covering what's going on there. So what can you tell us, just kind of how the White House has been interacting on these midterms? Obviously, we've seen David's reporting and just the widespread reporting that maybe this could be a potentially big night for Republicans. Not sure yet. But how's the White House handling all that? What are you seeing?
Yeah. So, I mean, President Biden's actually here tonight. Obviously, he's not out here, but he's in the White House. We're told he's watching the results come in with some of his senior team members. And, as you said, polls have showed for weeks now that Republicans are likely going to take the House. But all eyes are going to be on those key House races, the really close Senate races. And President Biden has been pushing a message for weeks now that today is not a referendum on his administration and on his policies, but is instead a choice between two political parties. But early exit polls are kind of showing right now that voters disagree and are voting today. And a lot of them seem to be indicating in these exit polls that they're not happy with the direction our country is heading under his leadership.
What does it mean, like obviously if Republicans take the House, what does that mean for Biden moving forward now? He's got the remainder of his term. How will that change things?
Well, first of all, any legislation that's signed into law for the next 2 years is going to have bipartisan input. And the second thing is the Biden administration is going to need to fasten their seatbelts, because if Republicans win the House, they have been talking for weeks about investigations that they want to launch into the Biden administration. I'm going to reference my notes here because it's a pretty extensive list, but they're going to start with the Afghanistan withdrawal. They're going to look into Hunter Biden, federal spending, the origins of COVID. They're going to look into the Department of Justice calling parents going to school board meetings domestic terrorists. And that's just what they've been talking about recently. Who knows what they're going to find in the in the next 2 years that they're going to come up with. But it's going to be a rough ride for the Biden administration if Republicans gain control. And it's also safe to say not much legislatively is going to get done here in DC, but they're certainly going to find ways to keep themselves busy.
Yeah. I see too that in some of the exit polling, I'm thinking if this goes the way that Republicans want it to go, if tonight's a good night for Republicans, that's already obviously a knock on the White House. But then also some of the early exit polling is showing that nearly 40% of Democrats, not all voters, Democrats, don't want Biden to run again in 2024. Where do you think that leaves Biden, not just as a president writ large, but as an authority within his own party?
That is a great question. So President Biden, as of now, has not committed to running for re-election in 2024. And if the polls from the past weeks are any indicator for how today is going to go for Democrats, I imagine that there are going to be some conversations and added pressure from within his own party to maybe step aside in 2024. And if this is any indicator, I was reading earlier that reportedly, second to President Biden, Pete Buttigieg was the most requested surrogate for campaigns to have come campaign with them, not Vice President Kamala Harris. So that could be an indicator of one of the people that Democrats want to see leading the party in the coming years.
That is very interesting about Buttigieg. I would not have guessed that. But very interesting, because they're probably you know that behind the scenes they're obviously already angling this, if that's indeed what they're prepping for. But what do you know about, Abby? Maybe it's just a sense you could have or things you hear. Is Biden going to be stubborn on that? Because after all, he is the president. If he wants to sit there and run again, who's going to stop him? They can't make him not do it. So do you think he'll put his foot down, or do you think he'll listen to what some of these people are telling them, if they do indeed tell him it's time to step aside?
That is a really great question. And I've also, Jen Psaki, the former White House press secretary, she tweeted a couple hours ago the numbers of House seats that Democrats lost in the midterm elections during Bill Clinton's presidency and during President Barack Obama's presidency, and both of them still went on to be reelected. So even if today doesn't go very well, he very well still could run again, and he still could win. It's happened before. So
yes.
So yeah.
All right, Billy, Trey, you got anything to add in there? Abby out at the White House, she's suffering in the cold for you. If you got more questions, now's the time to get them.
At least I have a beautiful view, so can't complain.
Well, just to kind of circle back to what Biden has sort of been saying up to this point. I think it's interesting. You pointed out the voters have made it clear so far in the exit polling that it is a referendum essentially on Biden, but he's been sort of managing that along the way to try to sort of ward that off. It doesn't seem like he's had much success in doing that, though.
I would say if the exit polls are any indicator, you're correct. That this it seems like voters are very much heading to the polls today with President Biden on the ticket, even if he's not actually there.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, then there's, whether it's fair or not on some of the issues, the person at the top of the list is going to be the one that gets the blame when the economy is going south, regardless of if they're doing all they can to help or not. I mean, that's just the way it is. You're in there, you take the credit, you take the blame as well. So Abigail Robertson at the White House. Thanks so much for spending a few minutes here, braving the cold. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you.
All right, see ya. Okay, so Crutch, is DeSantis speaking, or what do we got going on with DeSantis there? I saw in the messages that you wanted me to take a look at. Yeah, let's take a look at what's going on with Governor Ron DeSantis.
Florida is on the right track. I believe the survival of the American experiment requires a revival of true American principles. Florida has proved that it can be done. We offer a ray of hope that better days still lie ahead. I am proud of our achievements in this state. I am honored by your support, and I look forward to the road ahead. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race in this first term, and I have kept the faith. We've accomplished more than anybody thought possible 4 years ago, but we've got so much more to do, and I have only begun to fight. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for a historic landslide victory.
Well, there you go. There's Governor Ron DeSantis, his victory speech. Obviously, Florida been called for. Governor DeSantis, as we mentioned before, he was just giving Charlie Crist a shellacking. As DeSantis mentioned there, a landslide victory. And he kind of alluded to scripture there, guys. And if you remember during the campaign, Charlie Crist called DeSantis, what did he call him? DeSatan or something like that?
I don't know. Sonny Hostin did too, so I don't know.
Yeah, I know. They tried. They're trying so hard because they're viewing at him as a possible, front runner for 2024. So, of course, whenever anyone gets in that position, it becomes unhinged. So there you have it. DeSantis with a big win and a fiery speech there.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Timothy 4:7, he's invoking, Paul's words there. He's gotten a lot of heat for that among some. Others like it. But that's been a line he has frequently used about fighting the good fight, finishing the race. Again, it's political talk, but it's borrowing from biblical talk when it comes to salvation and that we finished the race well. Right. But I thought it was interesting him talking about the revival of the true American principles that we have in this country. And he said, and this to me seems like it's the launch of a 2024 campaign without saying it, Florida proves it can be done. And who's in charge of Florida? Ron DeSantis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and his margin here is huge in comparison to the first time that he ran, right, in 2018. The margin was sizable, but I don't remember the exact number, but it was nowhere near the kind of win that he's seeing, obviously, right now. And I think another interesting kind of funny thing to note is one reporter who was there says that at DeSantis's speech said that the crowds were cheering 2 more years instead of 4 more years because they're ready for him to then run for president in 2024. So kind of a funny thing happening there at his speech.
Yeah, we should have people, anybody listening here and watching in on the feed, put in there, because we talked about this earlier last hour about Trump saying and teasing a big announcement on the 15th. Many think that will be him announcing that he's running for president. And he took a jab at Governor DeSantis, called him Ron DeSanctimonious, I think was the nickname there. So, I mean, I'm just interested. I mean, should we take a hypothetical straw poll here and just, if they both ran, if it was Trump, we don't have to, look, Trump's going to make that question a reality in a couple of days anyway. So, I mean, put it in there. I mean, who would you vote for in a primary? Would you vote for Trump or would you vote for DeSantis? I mean, DeSantis, he's very much like Trump when it comes to policy. He's got not that much of a difference. He's pretty abrasive and brash, and bold on things, as Trump is. So I'd be interested to see if people did a quick straw poll there. You put in just Trump or DeSantis, just who you'd be leaning towards in a primary if it came down to that. But as we're looking at the governor's races here, guys, look at with 38.8% in. Remember, Beto O'Rourke is running this time around, and right now it's 51.9% for Abbott, and O'Rourke is at 47%. And I do want to take a look here at the polling because I don't. Let's see if Texas is in there. Yes, it is, on the Real Clear Politics polling site, which I love because you get the rolling averages, which is great because it's not just one poll cherry picked. You get a bunch of the main polls, average them together, gives you a good match. So obviously O'Rourke not polling well the whole time here. Look at this. He hasn't gotten any ever since back in, I can't see the date on my screen there. I don't know what it says. So, but since looks like back earlier this year or last year, that goes back to 2021. Just not even closing the gap at all. And anytime there was a surge, it also Abbott had a surge. So ended at 52-42. So we'll see how that one ends up. But right now, early on, it's 52-47. Usually that just means the counties, you know, when you've got that big of a gap, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. You never know. But right now, Abbott has a lead there. So thank you for being here on this election night, everybody in the chat. We're so glad you are all here. And make sure you leave your comments. Let us know where you're watching from. We had everybody roll call in earlier. I mean, we had a Michigan, we had Pennsylvania, we had Oklahoma, we had Florida, California, everybody from all over the place watching here. Fantastic to have you on. And we are going to be here throughout the night. Lord willing, and that creek don't rise, as we always like to say on the Quick Start podcast. Every weekday morning, 7 a.m. Make sure you hit that up. One of you guys should drop the link to the Quick Start podcast in there. I can't get to it at the moment, but
and Dan, races, too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to mention, I'll definitely drop that link in there for everybody. But also, we have a poll. Our Dan Crutchfield, the one that Dan Andros has been referencing, he put a poll out on our live stream, so you can go and actually vote. Are you for Trump or DeSantis? I've seen a few people commenting and saying they like Trump because he was the one who ultimately got the Supreme Court justices who led to the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Okay. And then I've seen a couple Floridians comment and say, we like DeSantis, but we'd rather keep him in Florida as our governor than give him to the country as president. So a good split, but the poll itself is leaning pretty heavily toward Trump at this point.
That's very interesting.
That's going to be an ugly spat. That is not, I do not think if they both run that is going to be an easy thing to endure for a lot of conservatives and Republicans. It's going to be tough.
It will be. And look, I think it'll be interesting because you have somebody like DeSantis, because remember in the past, in the first primary that Trump navigated through back in 2016, that election, he would often come up with colorful nicknames for people, and it just had this uncanny ability of sticking. It just low energy jet. I still remember
Little Marco, wasn't it Little Marco?
Yeah, Little Marco, and somehow they all stuck. And it was like, it just ruined these people, these nicknames. It just ended them. And I don't know that's going to, I don't think a nickname like DeSanctimonious is going to just nuke Ron DeSantis. He's done too many things that are Trump-like. I mean, if you like Trump and you like the brash boldness, Ron DeSantis sent migrants on a plane to Martha's Vineyard, basically to make a point when they all started complaining that we weren't ready for these, and they essentially made all of the points that the border states have been making. And Ron DeSantis did that. So these are things that, and then like the one commenter said there, that people in Florida are generally happy with Ron DeSantis, as the results indicate tonight. So it could be, it won't be an easy one for Trump, I don't think, even though our poll was showing, this poll here in this group, showing pretty favorable outcome for Trump. And maybe it will be. I mean, I could be wrong on that. That's just my hunch on that.
Well, one other thing about that I think we have to mention is the fact that the first time around, Trump was a businessman. He was coming out of the business world. He was pushing his businesses to the side so that he could run, and he was not a politician. After you're president for 4 years, you're a politician now, right? So it puts you in a different plane. One of the big things that attracted people to Trump was that he was an outsider, right? And he still is in a lot of ways, but I still think it's a little harder to campaign on that exclusively, right? Because he was president for 4 years and a politician.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does make it tougher for him. So it'll be interesting though, because DeSantis has some business experience. He's Ivy League educated. He's also got some military experience. So I think he brings a few things that would be really appealing to the conservative base. I don't know if it'll be enough to sway people away from Trump, just because Trump is such an outsized personality. He's the former president, and he's Donald Trump. Everybody knows him, and everybody's got an opinion on him. So we'll see what happens. But as you said, Billy, I think it's going to be it's going to be quite the showdown to watch that potential primary battle between Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump.
Yes, indeed. Go ahead, Billy. What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, selfishly, I'm looking at the New York numbers now because I live in New York. So I've started
I'm
looking.
Sorry, I forgot, Billy. Yes.
Well, there was nothing in until now. We've got about 10% of the vote in. My assumption, based on what we're seeing here, is that this is mostly Westchester County, which is outside of New York City, and New York City probably, or more urban areas, more liberal areas. You've got
Which district is it? Which district are you looking at? Or are you looking at the governor?
Right now, I'm looking at governor. I'm looking at Hochul-Zeldin. Right. Yeah. I'm looking at Hochul-Zeldin. Hochul, current governor, is at almost 72%, and Zeldin's at 28%. But only 10% are in. And New York's a weird state because most of the votes that sway the state come from New York City and the surrounding areas, right? The rest of the state, I don't think has come in yet.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. And the AP numbers are pretty close to what you just said, almost 12% in, 69.8 to 30.2. So we'll keep watching that one. If you remember right, since I have it handy, I mean, do you guys remember this? I feel like this has been memory hold. But this happened to Hochul's opponent here, Lee Zeldin, getting attacked by a man at a campaign event. You remember this? I mean, I feel like this kind of just came and went. It didn't really get much play in the news cycle, but you see he had the weapon in his hand. And then he pulled him down. I mean, that was a scary scene right there.
It was a scary scene. And I feel like we're not talking about it, right? We've talked about,
right.
And look, we should talk about all of them. What happened to Paul Pelosi was horrific, right? But any attack is horrific. And this one, it's as though it disappeared. It was a blip on the screen. And I mean, this guy's running for governor of New York.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that is, in many ways, the culture that we've created, right, is this culture where we're so polarized that we see others as the enemy rather than just someone who has a different perspective or a different opinion. So I think that's where, as believers, that's what we have an opportunity, right, to step in and say we're going to be prayerful. I've seen several people mention in our live stream and actually in the CBN News main feed commenting that, whoever wins, I'm going to be praying for them because then that person is my governor or my representative or my senator. So I think that's the best perspective to have. And I've been encouraged by all the comments that I've seen kind of advocating that.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. And I mean, look, we're called to do that as Christians. We are called to pray as at times, you don't want to pray for, you're frustrated at people that you disagree with in politics or whatever. I mean, but we still are called to pray for them. And we need to do that. And we have to humble ourselves to do that. And that's a good thing for us to do as Christians. So we're going to circle back to my state now, Billy. Selfishly, now you've made me think I'm going to go look back at my state, Pennsylvania. I know a couple of the chatters in there are from Pennsylvania as well. And right now, again, very early on, just 17% in, and Mastriano has only 33% so far to Shapiro's 64%. Let me take a look here at the historical polling. So we'll get an idea, because these polls are usually, especially the Real Clear at Politics. I mean, Shapiro has a huge lead here, so I don't think it's any surprise that Mastriano is down. This never looked like it closed for Mastriano, so that's an uphill battle there to see if that comes back. But I'm going to scroll up here to the Senate and see how Dr. Oz is doing. That's the House. So we'll scroll up here, and again, you can check out, if you're just joining us now, you can check out this. Here, I'll drop it. I'll drop it in there again for you as well. Look at this, real time. You can see how long it takes. There's the link. You scroll down a little bit past the articles. If you don't want to read the articles, you can read those too. Ben Gill over there working hard on those. So go ahead and check out the articles. But if you want to look at the numbers, go ahead and scroll down a little bit. The maps are down lower. So we're going to take, and these are the AP numbers. They're also scrolling down on the bottom here. So we're leaving those up there so you can check out the scroll as they come through. They'll put a check on there when they come in, and the race has been called. So right now, Fetterman. This, again, only 18% of the voters in. Now, this poll was a lot closer, guys. These polls coming in, I don't think we've looked at this one yet. So first I'll hit the numbers. But Fetterman right now has a 59 to 38 lead, essentially, with other candidates nabbing a couple percent. But again, only 18% in. But let's look at those polls. Top Senate races here. We'll go to Pennsylvania again, Real Clear Politics. highly recommend looking at their polling just because they average them all. See here, they got a whole bunch of different polls. But look at this race, how it, over time, the gap closed. I mean, Oz was way down earlier this year. And actually, that's just a couple months ago. And it closed in. And then look at this down the stretch. I mean, this is all that debate. This is that debate, guys. I mean, this is not long after that debate. And when Fetterman really had a poor performance, and whether it's because of the health issues he's having, or if he's just, I don't know if he's just not good on the debate stage, but he struggled on the debate stage and it showed. And then look at the numbers, how it switched and it flipped. So Oz went from being down a few points now and then being just neck and neck here, ahead by less than a percentage point here heading into election day. But right now, with just that 18% in, it's a lead for Fetterman, but that doesn't really mean much until all the counties start coming in. And I know when David Brody starts breaking down the numbers, we are going to go back and check in with that. Dan, I realized I had not checked the chat. Are we ready for Matt? Okay. All right. I will quit yapping then, and we'll bring in CBN's Matt Galka, who is at the Capitol. Matt, can you hear us?
I can hear you, and you could keep yapping. That's fine. Nobody wants to hear me yap. Nobody wants to hear me yap.
Well, Matt, appreciate you hopping in here for a few minutes. You are at the Capitol. What are you looking at tonight, and what are you seeing?
Well, I think it was predicted to be a wild night, and we've already seen a lot going on all over the country. We're, of course, trying to keep track of everything that's going on. But the main thing I'm most interested in tonight, a lot has been made about a red wave. And what I'm most interested to see is how big of a wave that is. And to be honest, I always like to hear the spin after that, the spin doctors come up with however they want to frame it. But, how big of a red wave is it? A red wave, really, if we're talking about it, is a 20, 30 seat pickup for Republicans in the House. And they get a good majority in the House, and they're able, with those numbers, to advance a lot of their agenda. If it's a red trickle, where you have a slimmer majority, one of the interesting things to me is then that actually leaves a lot more room for compromise, negotiation, obviously a lot more room for stalemating. But that becomes a little more of a dance for political nerds like me, where what are they going to negotiate on? What are the hard lines there in Congress when the new Congress comes into session in January? So those are the kind of things I'm watching. I also really am interested in how redistricting is playing into all of this. It obviously will be a factor. But you look at a lot of these, we'll say Biden-heavy districts from 2020, +6, +8, +10. And then you also look at where Joe Biden and some Democrats had to campaign towards the end of this election cycle. We're talking places like New York. We're talking places like California. And so it's interesting to see the differences between 2020 and now, and just really how much parity there is in the country. Where if every race is going to be 51-49, because that's what a lot of them are shaping up to be. So it's an interesting night. Obviously, results still coming in, but it's just how big of a wave is this, or how good of defense did Democrats play?
Yeah, it's interesting because the narrative in a lot of media and just even politically, with everything that happened with January 6th and the debate surrounding that, lots of different opinions about that. The assumption would be that Republicans, based on all of that, maybe wouldn't have performed as well as they have. What do you make of that? And again, we don't know what the finals will be here, but yeah, they're performing a lot better than some might have thought.
Yeah, I think for at least some Democrats, they did stake a lot of claim on 2020. I think, but in reality, I think the story of this midterm will have to be inflation. It'll have to be prices. It'll have to be gas prices, cost of living. That will, more so than maybe some Democrats had bargained for. It'll be inflation. It has dogged all Democratic candidates throughout this cycle. There was no escaping it because, as I've said before, it doesn't matter what creed, color, political party you are. when you notice your wallet getting thinner, I mean, that it doesn't matter at that point. You don't want that to keep happening. So that will end up being the biggest issue. And I think when we see a lot of these pieces come out after the election, as we always do, one of the post-mortem pieces we will see is, did Democrats underestimate inflation? We've already seen some of those pieces. And I think depending on the results tonight, you could probably bet that some did underestimate it. So to your point, did 2020 or January 6th, did that help Republican, or did, was there too much emphasis on that? Maybe for some of them there was. And I think, at least in some districts, even if a Democrat is to hold on in some of those districts, with how close some of those races might be, you could make that case where inflation definitely drove a lot of people to the polls, and maybe in the wrong direction for people in blue and in the right direction for people in red.
Another thing I want to ask too is, do you think Republicans or Democrats, either way, leaned too heavily or didn't go strong enough? Because I'm thinking when I look at the exit polling and we see that inflation, most voters trust Republicans on dealing with it. When you look at abortion, most voters trust Democrats. So these are two huge issues that are occupying a lot of voters' attention today, but in two completely different directions. What do you make of that? What are you hearing regarding that?
I really think that the case is going to be made that both of those issues you just mentioned, where people are siding with Republicans or Democrats on them, I think they, no doubt about it, they did galvanize voters. But one of the things that's hardest to contextualize and put into words during elections is something that throughout the course of my career, political consultants have always told me. You're, of course, going to have your hardline people who will vote R down the ticket, or they'll vote D down the ticket because that's their party. But really, independents, for the most part, in these close ones, they decide who wins. And in this particular midterm cycle, I think we're going to see, at least in a couple cases, now I don't want to make a prediction, I don't want to go out on a limb and say anything, but at least in what we're seeing in these early results, is we're seeing some split tickets. We're seeing some Republican governor, Democrat senator, or vice versa. And what consultants have always told me is that candidates really do matter. So even when you take the issue of inflation and how it's driving people who identify as Republicans, or the issue of abortion and how it's driving people who identify as Democrats, there's also a lot of people who just look at the candidates and they say, that's my guy or that's my girl, and I like them, and I'm going to vote for them, or I don't like them, and I don't like them, and I'm not going to vote for them. And we're going to see that a lot, I think, at least in some pivotal races this election cycle, we're going to see that. And again, that's hard to put into words and contextualize, but candidates' quality will be talked about after these midterms, I believe.
All right, interesting stuff. Matt Galka at the U.S. Capitol. There in D.C. Appreciate you stopping by and spending a few minutes. Abigail told us it's cold out there today, a little chillier than usual, so appreciate you being out there and weathering it for us.
It was 80 degrees. It was 80 degrees yesterday, and I have a pea coat on tonight. So, yeah, I had to get my coat dropped off to me because I wasn't expecting it.
Wild weather. All right, Matt Galka, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Take care.
All right, let's head over to if Brody is still going, David Brody, I want to check in with him breaking down some numbers. Let's take a listen into the CBN main feed here.
All right. Well, leading up to this election, we heard warnings about potential violence and intimidation at polling places. So far, the major issue has been faulty ballot machines in Maricopa County, Arizona. That led former President Trump to send this message to others there.
Don't leave your line. Stay where you are. They say that the machines aren't working. They say that they're running out of paper in different locations throughout different states. There's a lot of bad things going on. Stay online. Do not leave.
Republicans filed a lawsuit to extend polling hours until 10 p.m. The problems follow several threats of violence towards election officials there.
CBN's Brody Carter is following the election security. Brody, what are election officials How concerned are they over integrity affecting those at the polls?
Yeah, well, this is at the top of everybody's plate, and voters are already planning to blame fraud if their party doesn't win. That's 4 in 10 Republicans, 1 in 4 Democrats, according to an Axios poll. Officials fear delays in counting absentee and mail-in ballots could help fuel those claims of fraud. And now problems with dysfunctional voting machines in a handful of states can be added to the list. Now, in addition to Maricopa County, voting machines were down in each district across Mercer County. That's in New Jersey. However, people were able to vote and place them into a ballot box. Voting hours were extended in Pennsylvania's Luzerne County after needing to replenish their ballots. And in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis attempting to block the Department of Justice election monitors from gaining access to polling places in South Florida. He said in a letter that the federal government's involvement would be counterproductive and in violation of state law. 64 justices were sent to monitor how the elections are being conducted nationwide, and DeSantis barred them from doing so in Miami, Broward, and Palm Beach counties.
Your concerns included threats of violence and voter intimidation. What kind of security measures are being taken tonight?
Well, Caitlin, because of FBI and DHS warnings that violent extremists could pose a heightened threat, steps have certainly been taken across the country. Today, a threat at a Wisconsin polling place in West Bend happened when a man with a knife...
All right, that's CBN's Brody Carter there updating that. You heard the intro to that segment. We unfortunately mistimed the David's recap of the numbers. We will get his next recap there. But again, if you want to see David, he is over on the CBN News Channel there, running down these numbers. But here, Crutch, if you take a look at my screen here, as we're seeing people in the comments section mention, watching these votes come in, and the Walker-Warnock race is tightening as we said it would. And with 63% of the vote in, Herschel Walker has inched ahead at the moment, 49.1% to 49% over Raphael Warnock. Now, we indicated that the polling had flip-flopped on this, and it ended with Walker on a surge ahead. So here we go, 63%. This one's going to potentially go down to the wire. Very, very interesting stuff there to watch. Another race we haven't touched on, guys, is this Ohio race here with J.D. Vance and Tim Ryan. And again, J.D. Vance has inched ahead here halfway through. 50% of the vote in. He's got 51.7% to 48.3%. And you can look at the overall numbers here right now. That's the state results in the Senate. You got 40 right now for Republicans and 41 for Democrats. So 50 being that magic number to surpass. So here you can see, you got North Dakota, South Dakota, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Alabama, Florida. Rubio there, as we talked about earlier. Tim Scott won early and fast on his. Obviously, Rand Paul pretty much not in threat there, and Indiana. So no big surprises there, but we're seeing, except for Rubio kind of running away with that one a little more than people perhaps had thought. So there you go. There is the early going here. It's still going to be a long night, guys. And we've been talking about these themes that have been going on and that are playing out now today at the polls. Did Democrats overplay their hand on abortion, January 6th, and those things? Well, we're catching up with Stu Burguiere, who is host of Stu Does America over at The Blaze, to talk about the election trends here heading in to the night. And so, Stu, it's been very interesting to watch the lead up to tonight and to these elections and what each party has sort of decided to focus on. And Democrats seem to have gone the route of focusing on violence. We saw Biden's speech. They've been focusing on the issue of abortion and January 6th. So what do you think of that strategy?
I don't think it's a very good strategy, Dan. I will say, I think at some level, it's understandable because there's just really not a lot to go to here. This has been a rough couple of years. They've had full and complete control of everything. They've passed bills that have directly led to a lot of the things that people are worried about. So what do you do in that situation? Well, you look for whatever you think people might relate to you on, and you go that direction. Look, Republicans and Democrats alike thought that January 6th was a really bad day and a lot of bad things happened. So to try to broaden that and blame pretty much everybody in the Republican Party for it is a somewhat understandable instinct when you're talking pure politics. And then, of course, the Dobbs decision coming down, it was I think a thing that animated their base. And that's really telling, I think, as to where the party is. They are playing to their base to try to hold on to blue districts. They're not really even playing for a lot of these red districts and many of the purple ones either. They're just kind of saying, okay, we know we're in a tough spot here. We've got a lot of negative things working against us. We've got history working against us with midterm elections and a sitting president. We had all these things against us. What do? We can't run on inflation. We can't run on the economy. We can't run on Ukraine. We can't run on Afghanistan. We can't run on the border. We can't run on all these other things. Well, at least abortion will bring our base to the table. We'll try to animate them there and try to win that way. It's a risky strategy. I guess we'll get the answer as to how it plays out tonight.
Yeah. And on the other side of that, Republicans they've been leaning into the economy and also too, sort of the radical nature of some of the things we're seeing when it comes to the transgender debate and issues of that nature, which have really kind of shocked a lot of people to see this push on the sexualization of kids, for example. And so Republicans are trying to marry all that together. But the real focus, of course, is on inflation and the pain in the pocketbooks. How do you see the Republicans' messaging so far?
It's been interesting, Dan. We've covered a lot of these elections now. We've been doing this for a long time. And there have been many times we could point back to previous elections where Republicans had a good shot at advancing the party, advancing the control that they had in the Senate or the House or the presidency. And so many times you look back and you see Republicans falling off message, having a good argument, but not making it, having a good argument, but focusing on other things that people don't really care about. That has not been the case this time. In 2022, if the night goes poorly for them tonight, it will not be because they focused on the wrong things. They came in with a very clear message. Inflation is really, really important. It's hitting everybody every day. Even to when you're talking about the transgender issue, for example, mainly, not everybody has lots of interaction with those types of controversies that we've seen in the news, maybe personally. But when you picture your own kid losing in a swim meet to someone who was a guy 10 minutes ago, it hits you pretty hard. You know right off the bat, this is something that every parent would feel terrible for their kid if this was going on. So I think like when you see inflation and the border and particularly crime, these are issues that really hit hard and kind of smack you in the face every day. Republicans are on the right side of all of those issues, not just as far as policy goes, but just as far as polling goes. I mean, over and over again, people are saying, look, the Democrats had a chance to deal with this. They dealt with it poorly. They passed multiple trillions of dollars in spending packages. Joe Biden added $4.8 trillion to the national debt in just the next 10 years alone. These are huge issues. And as opposed to what we were just talking about with the Democratic issues, these are issues that hit you every day. You can't spin your way out of inflation. Right. You can't have Corinne Jean-Pierre reading from her little notebook some magical excuse that will make people's bread prices go down. That's just not how this works.
Yeah, everybody goes to the grocery store. And I was telling this story the other day on our podcast, Quick Start podcast, that I went and bought, I think, 3 things, like some fruit, I think an energy drink, and one other thing, and it was like $35 or something. I'm like, what is happening? Yeah, there's no way around that. Everyone experiences that. You can't hide it. Another thing, Stu, is the pandemic. Do you see a pandemic reckoning potentially happening tonight as the votes come in and continue to unfold? Because even I saw, for example, last week, Colin Cowherd, who's a sports commentator but identifies as mostly a leftist, and he said, look, it's going to be a red wave here. You just can't mess with people's kids. And he was referring to the effects that the pandemic had on kids in school and all the learning, stunting that happened because of all these measures that were taken by government. So do you think that he's correct, that there's going to be sort of this retribution for what happened during the pandemic?
Yeah, look, this is what elections are. elections are our opportunity to hold our leaders accountable for their actions. That's what this whole situation, the democracy the left is always talking about, is designed to do. This is the first election we have had to send a message about how we feel about how the pandemic went. And, a lot of people on the right will complain about Republicans in Washington, often for very good reasons. But I think there is a real difference as to what we saw, particularly at the state level with governors. I mean, this is a major, major difference. I've been in a red state this entire time. I live in Texas. And I would talk to my friends who live in blue states, and we're living in an entirely different universe from what I was doing. I was going out to dinner. I was enjoying my life. My kids were at school. All of these things were going on. It was very sort of normal. And I talked to my friends who couldn't even go out to restaurants, who were still, wearing masks outdoor in parks because they didn't want to get tickets. This stuff is really, really, I think, stark to most people. And what's interesting about this is, you have an entire system here that led to basically a two-tiered society, where even in blue states, a lot of those people who were rooting on those policies were able to afford putting their kids into private schools where none of these things applied. It was really a message that was, we talk about inequality, it was never more stark, and you will never have, as a governor, a more important decision than how you treated your citizens and their freedom during the pandemic. No, we will probably never see governors make more important decisions than that. So this is the first time that people really get to say, hey, maybe in Ron DeSantis' case, hey, I really liked how you handled that period. Maybe in New York's case, the opposite is going to be told tonight. I think it's a really important day because we want to set a precedent that, hey, these things matter even in tough times. Our freedoms cannot go away even when we're facing crisis.
Right. And it's one thing to have that debate just in theory about, which is a better policy. But when you, as we all probably know someone, I know I do, who lost a loved one and they weren't allowed to go into the hospital to see him, or the viral video of somebody at a funeral mourning their spouse and they couldn't be comforted because someone ran in and said you couldn't have the chairs. Those sorts of things cross party lines. And if they assign the blame for those particular actions to one party, like, you're just not getting that vote. It's just not happening. There's no overcoming that. There's no saying, oops, I'm sorry. We made a mistake there. Like, you're just not recovering from that.
No. And then, the same people who had to go through that got to look at TV and watch every single Democrat in power at John Lewis's funeral in the middle of the pandemic. There's just no way to excuse your way out of that. And, look, COVID was a rough period for a lot of different reasons, obviously. One of them was, it was really silly how people reacted to it. There was a sort of partisan split and people sort of just went to their own corners and took sides. But at the end of the day, everyone remembers what those sides were. Conservatives, Republicans were generally saying, look, there's risks out there. You need to assess them yourselves. We got to live your life. Be careful because we don't know what's going to happen next, but just do your best to keep yourself and your family safe. And Democrats said, look, we know all the answers. We're going to implement these things. You're going to have to do them. You'll be forced to do them, or we'll harass you or harangue you or fire you or fine you or God only knows what else. And so, those two things are pretty memorable to people. This is probably, the thing that of this era is going to be remembered most in the history books, this period where we just shut down economies and closed businesses and took people's freedom away. And people, I think, will remember who did what in this era. And it's important to do that because this is our time. This is, you can tweet all you want. You can tell your friends how mad you are all you want, but this is really the time that you make a stand and say, hey, this has got to stop. And next time something like this happens, we can't repeat these same policies.
All right. It's a busy night. Stu Burguiere from The Blaze. Stu Does America. You can check out his show over at The Blaze, also on YouTube. I know it's a busy night. Appreciate you spending a few minutes over here with us.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it.
Always wise words from my friend Stu. Interesting stories. Stu and I are childhood friends, and it's interesting how that all played out. I'm here. He's over there at The Blaze, but he has a great show, Stu Does America. You can check it out also on YouTube as well. You're already on the YouTube, so why not? But a lot going on, guys, still. And Checking in on some of these races. In Pennsylvania, the governor's race, as we mentioned before, Mastriano, uphill battle there. DeWine has won there in Ohio. Taking a look, Billy, up in your neck of the woods, Kathy Hochul with a significant lead there over Zeldin with 23% in. Again, we'll have to see how all that shapes out. Of course, DeSantis winning, giving his speech, carrying that a little bit ago. Looking all around. Where else do you want me to check, Billy?
Well, I was going to say Warnock is back up on the Senate again. He's up just a little bit. I mean, they're like 0.3 percentage points away from each other right now.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Going back and forth. While I'm on Georgia, while I'm on the governor map here, looking at Kemp, still holding a pretty significant lead there over with 65% in, still over about whatever that is. Why can't I do math? That's 8%. Goodness, it's not even 10 o'clock yet, and I'm already losing the ability to add numbers and subtract.
Well, it's after hours,
It is after hours.
It is.
Right.
It is.
It is. Yeah. Fair enough. I meant to say this in the chat, guys. Now that you mentioned it, and look, if I'm not saying this so that you can tell us your adult beverages, but what is getting you through with fuel for the night? I've got Diet Mountain Dew. Trey and I are teetotalers, so this is. I'm Diet Mountain Dew. That's what I'm using to power me through this night. I've got a whole fridge right over here, and it's stocked with Diet Mountain Dew. So it's kind of like an IV. I just keep it going. You guys,
I've got a peppermint mocha. Peppermint mocha.
Okay.
I went to Starbucks, got a huge one, and I just keep drinking it.
Right. That's the thing. I'm telling you that the thing that makes election night better is that the Christmas drinks at Starbucks have started.
Yes.
So I can get those. And then I'm trying to be semi-healthy by balancing one hand with water and one hand with coffee. I don't know if it's going to work out.
Probably not, but it's nice that you're trying.
See, Stephen Warner on there. Can't diss the Dew. Absolutely. Good man. A good man over there in the chat. Checking out Georgia, as we were just saying, you just said, Billy, Herschel Walker, the AP numbers are 65.8% in, 49.7% right now. So actually on the AP numbers, he's up by a percentage. It was like a real small part before. So that'll be interesting to see how that keeps coming in. That is one I'll just keep drinking the Diet Mountain Dew and we'll check back in on that. And it just seems like it's going to go crazy every couple of minutes.
And I want to tell you, because now it's 76% according to Real Clear Politics, and we're now Walker at 49.1 and Warnock at 49.0. That's, my goodness. I mean, this is really a neck and neck one.
Well, and something else too worth mentioning is in this election with Warnock and Walker, and then with Stacey Abrams and Kemp, we've heard all this talk about Christian nationalism, right, for the last several years. Both of these campaigns have ended with the Democrats campaigning a whole lot in churches, and we haven't heard that attack from within the Democratic Party at their own candidates. I just think that's interesting to see that playing out after so many years of Christian nationalism talk.
We should show a clip here. I want to play a clip of that. Exactly. Here is a pastor. And this is not something that has happened just sparingly with Stacey Abrams. She has appeared multiple times, multiple weekends at different churches. And here is one of those instances, a video that emerged on Twitter. Check this one out.
In the 48 years that I've been a pastor, establish the rule that no candidate speaks because we want to be fair to everyone. But in my quiet time, the Lord revealed that this is a very critical time and that we need to do whatever we can to make sure that Governor-elect Stacey Abrams
Lord.
she gets elected to the office she was cheated out of last time.
So very interesting stuff there. And now that I'm actually looking at it, I don't know if she was in the audience for that one or if that was just politicking from the pulpit, but there's There's here's one here. We could take a look at that. I'll watch this one. This is her at a church.
In our country, in our state, our solutions come every 4 years at the ballot box. The polls don't tell us anything. The polls are a snapshot. The question is, who are they looking at? And I am looking at the solution to our challenges right here. If every person in this church finds 5 people who don't know they deserve more, and don't know they can have more, and don't know they are more, if we turn them out on Tuesday, there is a victory waiting for us Tuesday night.
So she goes on, but you get the idea. I mean, and that's like a lot of times, guys, that she's, on the pulpit saying these things is direct politicking. And to your point, Trey, there seems to be that double standard on Christian nationalism. If it's wrong on the one side, it should be wrong on the other side as well. So it looks like David's going through some numbers here, and we missed him last time, so I don't want to do that again. Let's duck in now and check out David breaking down some of the latest numbers.
Here's what's interesting here. A first Latina woman elected to Congress, or excuse me, to the Senate. And what's interesting here is that she did not do that well with the Latino vote when she ran 6 years ago. So the number tonight, what we're looking at is that
you're watching the Latino vote.
I'm watching the Latino vote, and I'm also watching the number specifically. Okay, so in 2016, when she ran last, she got 61% of the Latino vote. So I want to see, and from a benchmark standpoint, does she improve on that? I can tell you Adam Laxalt, her Republican challenger, actually beat her among Hispanics in the latest poll that was released just in the last week or so. So this will be interesting to watch. Obviously, the service workers in Clark County in Nevada.
The big unions.
Big unions. That is all a big part of it. And of course, as we know, Clark County is about 70% of voters are actually located in and around Las Vegas.
David, when you mentioned the Hispanic vote, it actually is a testament or affirms what we heard from Reverend Sammy Rodriguez earlier when he was talking about the Latino vote really shifting from Democrats to Republicans. I just want to mention in our preparations for tonight, we talked about this floor. You're looking at the national the national level of Hispanic voters. Can you talk a little bit about this floor and where the expectation is for Republicans in gaining momentum or inroads with Latinos?
Yeah, for sure. So the floor is 37%. And what that means specifically is that the GOP strategists that I'm talking to say that if Republicans get 37% of the Latino vote tonight across the entire country, that'll be a good night. But what they're really looking for is that ceiling number, which would be 40%. If they can get 40% of the Latino vote, well, that's a whole different ballgame. I mean, that changes. That should get them Nevada. It should win them at least 1, maybe 2 seats down in Texas, as we've talked about. Texas 15, 28, and 34. We could probably check on those seats here soon. And obviously in many other states. Colorado will be interesting to watch, too.
Since you pulled it up, New York on the mind, do you want to go back to the New York map? We know polls closed in New York, and we have seen a race that got closer than most of us suspected. Kathy Hochul looking to have her first full term. Her challenger, Lee Zeldin, a congressman from Long Island and in New York. Why is this race in blue New York so close?
Well, there's a lot of reasons, but let's just start with crime. The number one reason is crime. If you look at the polling, not just in the governor's race, but also in some of these congressional districts. We talked about districts 17, 18, 19, 22, 3 and 4, all around that Hudson Valley. Crime. It's around that New York City, north of New York City area has been really, really crucial. So that's really what's been driving it. And also, Kathy Hochul has been, she's really been kind of roughed up, if you will, on the COVID lockdown situation, you know, coming after Andrew Cuomo, and then she replaced him. And so there's that. And so Zeldin is really kind of honing in on that. He's trying for, how do I say this, the Hasidic Jewish vote, which is about 1 million or so, believe it or not, in the Brooklyn, New York area. So that'll be interesting to watch. You know, we're on the Jewish vote watch, so we'll see about that. But look, let's look at New York real quick while we're here in New York, and let's look at District 17. This is the one we've been talking about tonight. Well, look at this. This is interesting. And once again, only 22% reporting. But look at this. This is the Republican in Sean Maloney's district. Sean Maloney is the Democrat. He's a big deal on Capitol Hill. He's the head of the DCCC, in other words, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Well, 22% reporting. We'll see. But the point is, he's losing to the Republican. and that is north of New York City. And if I could just quickly, yeah, go ahead.
You know, the interesting thing about this particular race, like you said, he's the head of the DCCC. The last head of the DCCC actually lost his race in New York. That was Congressman Crowley. So it almost seems like this particular position, when it comes to Democrats who try to protect Democrats in the House and protect their margins, we've just seen if these numbers continue as they do tonight, it is one that has led to vulnerable Democrats being ousted.
Yeah, for sure. And if I could quickly just go to the Senate map, just to kind of get a recap at 10 o'clock or so Eastern, we don't have any of these major toss-up races decided yet. We figured they wouldn't. However, if we look into Ohio, that's getting closer. J.D. Vance is now leading by 6 percentage points, and it's over 60% now against the Democrat Tim Ryan. This is expected to go to the Republicans, though once again, it's technically considered a toss-up, but just in the last few weeks, J.D. Vance has really pulled ahead. So we'll see. But once again, just to recap the Senate map, Republicans need to keep Pennsylvania. I think that's going to be a while. Get some sleep tonight, John.
I'm going to try.
I know you will.
You need to get some sleep as well.
Well, that's for sure at my age. Pennsylvania, Ohio are two of the Republican seats, and you've got North Carolina and Wisconsin. Those are the 4 seats Republicans have to keep in the Senate. If they do, remember, they're at 50 right now.
Right.
So they keep those, and then they try to go for the strive for 5, as we've talked about tonight, which is Georgia. That'd be 51 if they can get it. Nevada and Arizona, 52, 53, Washington, 54, and possibly New Hampshire, 55. I'm kind of surprised that the New Hampshire results are a bit slow in coming. Typically, we get results a little earlier.
Sure.
It's already 10 o'clock, and we don't really have much. We have about 25% or so reporting.
David, what we're going to do is give you a little bit of a break.
Good. I like the walk.
So that you can drill down on some more numbers, and we're going to throw things back to Caitlin. Right. Caitlin?
Thank you. And I wanted to just let you all know that President Trump is about to speak. So right now we're going to go back to our Capitol Hill correspondent, Matt Galka. But if Trump starts his speech, we will break away and go to that. So Matt is live in Washington.
All right, we'll take it back over after David just went through some of those numbers. Some really interesting numbers there. And also Caitlin letting us know that Trump is going to be speaking pretty soon, potentially. And that's very interesting. That's something that I'm not sure if that's a surprise that he was going to do that. I know he's planned his big announcement for the 15th, guys, in which many people expect that former President Trump will announce that he is potentially going to make another run here. So very interesting to see, and we will try to get that audio for you and that video for you as soon as Trump, if he does indeed speak, guys. Is that a surprise? I don't remember hearing that. In looking at all things, I heard about the 15th, but I didn't hear about Trump maybe potentially talking tonight, if he's with one of the campaigns or if he's just speaking on his own.
Well, the polls are closed. Maybe he's going to move that announcement up to tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, Trump is always happy to make news, regardless of what you think about him. He's prone to surprises, so I wouldn't put it past him to maybe make some sort of announcement or some sort of endorsement or something. He could do anything. He's a former reality TV star. We should keep that in mind.
It's like The Apprentice. It's like The Apprentice all over again.
But The Apprentice is now America.
The man knows what he's doing, and when it comes to media attention, that is undisputed right now. All right, look at the AP numbers here, 39% in Pennsylvania, and that one has tightened up since the last time we checked in on it, when Fetterman, in the early voting must have been more Democratic-leaning counties, and he had a significant lead, but obviously that we knew the polling was a lot closer than that. Looking at it now, Fetterman only has a 2.5-point lead here with 39% there, so there's still plenty to go there. And so we'll be keeping an eye on that, of course. And we have CBN's Tara Mergener is actually at Oz headquarters, this is kind of funny, guys. It's in Newtown, PA, which is very close to where I live. So it's right down the road from me, this headquarters for the Oz campaign tonight, where, as David just said there, guys, he didn't think that this one was going to end tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one that it's sort of a nail biter, right? I think we've seen, and what's so interesting about this one is that Oprah got involved in this, right? And the reason I bring that up is because you've got all these races where people are coming in from outside in the celebrity world, and this has happened in Pennsylvania, but it didn't seem to do much. I think there were a lot of people who thought the person who built Dr. Oz was going to come in and endorse the opponent, and it was so shocking. But if anything, he almost seemed to do better, Oz, in the polls after Oprah went against him. So yeah, I think this is a nail biter, just like Georgia.
Yeah, I think an interesting thing and potentially one of the dynamics at play is why these elections are so close and down to the wire is because, and you've alluded to this, Billy, both people across the board are just unsatisfied with the political parties in power right now, the Democrats and the Republicans. Americans just don't like either side of the aisle right now. But one of the CNN exit polls, which I think is interesting, is it shows that about 11% of the electorate, those who are very, very dissatisfied with both Republicans and Democrats, interestingly, they still skewed Republican, even though they don't like either party. So that to me was an interesting takeaway in some of CNN's polling.
Well, there's another one there too. If you go to the NBC News exit polling, they specifically asked about the parties. 54% of voters had an unfavorable view of Democrats, and 52% had an unfavorable view of Republicans. And when you asked about how extreme they were, 51% said that the Democratic Party is too extreme, and 52% said the Republican Party is too extreme.
Well, that's interesting because we're watching the Oz feed right now. And, I went to, because it was here and I covered it for CBN News, an Oz campaign event here over the weekend. And it was interesting here in the closing days. Who does he close with? You try to bring in these heavy hitters. You try to bring in these big names. I know former President Trump had endorsed Oz. So, you'd think maybe they're going to try to get in these big names. Well, he got Susan Collins came in, and it was very interesting because Collins, obviously known as a very moderate Republican who frustrates the more conservative Republicans often. And so he had her coming in as kind of in the closing days of the campaign. And I think perhaps, the speculation is that, well, you kind of have the right and the left, as I think Dr. Brown was talking about earlier. Actually Matt Galka was talking about this earlier. The right and the left they're going to vote in their buckets, but then you have this group there that are just kind of on the fence. They're not very political. They're just kind of half paying attention. Maybe they see some headlines, and they could potentially go either way depending on turnout. And I think that this move with Susan Collins and kind of pitching himself as this pragmatic person is potentially what he was doing here. But we're going to take now. Trump apparently is speaking. Let's take a listen in.
Some races that are hot and heavy, and we're all watching them here. And some of you like the music so much that you'd rather hear the music, and I understand that very well. So we're doing combinations of both. I'd like to welcome the fake news media, which is back there. There's a lot of people back there. That's incredible. That's a big group. They must be expecting something big tonight. Actually, they were hoping for big losses, but that's not happening. So the numbers have been amazing so far. Now, this is just up until this point. But as of this moment on endorsements, with the nominations, we had a total of 330 endorsements on nominations. This is only on nominations. This isn't for tonight. And of the 330, we won 200. We won 324. So if you think 224, and some of those were long shots, in all fairness. They were down in fifth place. We had a lot of people in fifth place that went to first, but it was 224 out of 330, and that's a pretty good number. And then tonight, because they kept saying, well, he's good on nominations, but is he good on the general election? So as of this moment, and we have some out there, we are 80 wins and 3 losses. Is that good? Wouldn't that be funny if we were better on the general election than the nominations themselves? So that's great. Now, in North Carolina, just out, Ted Budd is now leading, doing great. He's leading 51-47. In Missouri, very good guy, Eric Schmidt is now up 55-43, and He's against a Bush, but a different Bush. It's called an Anheuser-Busch. That's a different Bush. You tell me which is the real Bush. In Ohio, J.D. Vance is now leading, 52-47. And we had an incredible rally last night in Ohio. And you saw that in Florida, Marco Rubio, we had an unbelievable rally for Marco the night before with the heaviest rain I've ever been involved with. I was up there. It was beautiful, everything. This is the tropics, right, Florida? It was so beautiful. It was the most beautiful night. And all of a sudden, it turned deadly dark. And it was like you had massive pails of water that just fell on top of me. We went through the worst storm, but we gutted it out. I had no teleprompters. We had 45,000 people out there. We had no teleprompter. And I said, I wonder what Biden would do right now. But we gutted it out, and it was amazing. But Marco had a fantastic evening at 58-41. That's really tremendous. That's as of this moment. Katie Britt, I want to congratulate Katie Britt. We endorsed Katie, and she did fantastically. 68-30. That means she has a future, young, and just a fantastic woman with a husband who's great. He's maybe the largest human being I've ever seen. He was a offensive lineman in the NFL for a long time and a great football player, actually. Played for Alabama. But Katie, congratulations to you. And we have a lot of other good ones going out there. Herschel's leading right now. So we have a lot of big races going on right now. So enjoy that, enjoy the food, and enjoy everything. And really, in all fairness, it is a great honor to have the media with us. And we hope you enjoy yourself and this wonderful group of people. These are the people that you read about. They are not the nicest people in the world, but they are brilliant financially. We're not going to see any great football stars in here, but we do see brilliant people. But but they're great people and very, very successful people, and they want what's good for the country, and that's why they're here. And I want to thank you all for being here. And again, to the media, thank you very much. Have a good time. Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. Former President Donald Trump talking about the people he's endorsed and how they're doing tonight so far. But we are going to take, or actually, no, it looks like Crutch. It looks like they're off of that, so we'll stick here. So, I mean, what do you guys make of his remarks there?
I mean, I just feel like I was trolled. I was waiting for something really big. I think it's interesting. I mean, I think it's interesting. He's highlighting all the places where, the endorsements that he's sort of won. He's sort of showing, look, I'm still the head of this party, right? And I'm the one who's making the calls and picking the winners. And it's interesting to hear him sort of name the people, some of whom they were enemies, during the primaries last time. He mentioned Marco Rubio, right? So it was interesting to hear that. But yeah, he's very much saying, I'm the kingmaker still. I'm in charge here.
I think it was interesting to hear the people that he named, and it was even more interesting maybe to hear the people that he didn't name, that he did not say Governor Ron DeSantis, who just had a huge, huge night, and he didn't mention DeSanctimonious, as he calls him, his name.
In fairness, Crutch, did we get that at the very beginning of his speech? Because we were finishing something
That's
up.
That's true.
I think he was, I don't know if he had just started right then. So maybe he did.
Right.
Yeah, we don't know. But we did not hear him mention DeSantis. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Continue.
No. I think that's a good point. He might have said it, but he ended his speech talking about Warnock and Walker. And interestingly, I know you've been going over some of these numbers, Dan. At 67.8% of the vote in, Walker is still maintaining his. I mean, it's a thin lead, but it's a 1-point lead, and he's still in the game. So it's interesting to see this race really down to the wire, but still Walker with a thin lead.
All right, well, we are going to check back in with David Brody on CBN's main feed over there. He's breaking down some numbers. Let's check it out.
Tonight, we'll see. And then we go to Virginia District 2. We've talked about this. This is down in that Virginia Beach area. The Republicans still holding on, almost 80% of the vote in, and she, Jen Kiggins, is up by about 23,000 votes. So that is a real potential of a flip tonight in the in the Republican column. And finally, if I go to Virginia District 10, that's I don't know why I'm in Vermont, but I'll go to Virginia. That's a good idea. And we'll go to District 10, and that's something Jennifer Wishon was talking about earlier. There's Jennifer Wexton, the Democrat. She's pulling away, it looks like, up by 14,000 votes now over the Republican challenger there. Republicans were hopeful they could get District 10, but once again, a little bit too liberal tonight. So it looks like Democrats probably will win 2 of those 3 Virginia seats, but they could flip that Virginia 2 seat, and that's kind of where we're at on Virginia right now, guys.
David, you know, we work in the Washington, D.C. bureau, so not too far from that Virginia district where Abigail Spanberger won re-election. And I have to say, you know, I'm not on TV very often, but when I watch, we were bombarded with ads against Yesley Vega, who had this clip that was played over and over again about abortion. So abortion played very, very largely in that district. And as you said, not surprisingly, that resonated in that district so close to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, earlier today, we spoke with Ralph Reed, founder and chairman of the Faith and Freedom Coalition, about high stakes at this election year.
We seem to hear
All right.
every election.
Well, that is David Brody going through some of the numbers there in Virginia. Very interesting, guys, as we're taking a look, looking at the Real Clear Politics tally, where they kind of are noting, Billy, how many have been gained so far. And looks like the House, according to their count, has gained 7 so far for the Republicans. Governors up 2 for the Democrats so far. And Senate with races that we know 41-41, so still some time coming in there. And look at that, Warnock and Walker with 79% in, according to Real Clear. I mean, neck and neck in that thing. I mean, this is coming down to the wire. And if it's that close, guys, we are just not. The sad reality is we're just not going to know. We're just not going to know, which I said it before. I can understand it when it's to the point where, okay, it's so close that you've got to do, you've got to do all the recounts that are mandatory and all of that. But when you have to wait because of early voting, that drives me. That's a pet peeve of mine. I'm just going to. We're 2 hours into the broadcast now. I can air some of my pet peeves. You got one job. You had the one job to count the votes. I mean,
right.
We have all this technology in America. I mean, Elon Musk is flying rockets that land themselves and all this stuff, and they go to Mars and they come back and they do a dance and whatever else, but we can't count votes. It's insanity. It's insanity. And I think, in all seriousness, no, I do think that the way we're doing these votes now, and you saw the president try to, and the White House press secretary try to say, well, look, this is just the way it's supposed to work now. It might take a few days. No, it shouldn't take a few days, because what it's going to do is going to leave voters skeptical. They're going to get skeptical when they see something change because all these votes came in late. Doesn't even matter if it's on the up and up. People aren't going to buy it.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, you had chaos, right? Last go around 2 years ago. You've had 2 years to get it right. So the fact that we haven't gotten it right is pretty remarkable and unfortunate to me, because we want to make sure that people have trust in the system, right? When these little gaps happen, that trust is eroded. And so, yeah, that's an unfortunate piece of the puzzle. And look, early voting's fine if you're going to count it up, if you're going to have it ready on election day. It should be counted and ready on that day so that these things don't happen. Look, you also have recount issues, right? Who's going to request a recount and what? So who knows what's going to happen in some of these races? But I did want to mention one that we talked about a little bit earlier, but we didn't really look at it because it's one of the ones that I'm looking at closely because it's actually my district in the House of Representatives, District 17. This is Sean Patrick Maloney, who's a powerful Democrat, and then Mike Lawler, who is the Republican. And I just want to bring this one up because since the summer, Mike Lawler has been winning. And right now, only 15% is in, and Lawler is at about 59%. Maloney's at 41%. This would be a big upset. Just for context, this is Westchester County. It is the first county outside of New York City, a very liberal area. And it looks like, by all accounts, there could be a conservative congressman, which is very interesting.
What did you say? Because the AP is showing here, Billy, 51% in, and he's got a sizable lead. Michael Lawler does at 54 to 45.9.
Wow.
So
okay, I was looking at RCP. Wow.
Yeah, now the AP number is more updated. They got 53% of the votes counted, just updated as I was looking at it. 82,500 to 69.9. That's good for a 54.1 to 45.9 difference. that's a sizable lead. Again, I don't know the counties well up in your area as to, or just that area, that district. I don't know, how that's going to all fall out, but that's a big lead at this point in the game, halfway through. It would have to be a heavily, weighted areas for them to come in for Maloney to make a comeback here.
Yeah, well, and he hasn't been up in the polls in a long time. So that is a big one and an interesting one because, again, Maloney's been in power for quite a while and since at least 2013, I believe. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Another race that we haven't talked a whole lot about, we talked a little bit about early on, but is the Kari Lake race.
Yes.
And I just had the numbers and I lost them. Let me scroll back down on my feed. So Kari Lake is right now at 44.8%, trailing quite heavily, though, to Katie Hobbs, the Democrat, at 55%. So that's 38.8% of the vote in. But that's where that election stays right now. I know she's kind of been a powerhouse for a lot of Republicans in the GOP. They've been looking to her. She's very eloquent. She has a lot of Trump-friendly rhetoric, similarities politically there. So she's been pretty popular, but she's trailing right now by a decent margin with 38.8% of the vote in.
Yeah, that's you're right. That's but that one will be interesting as well. I want to take a look over at.
I'm sure it'll tighten up too.
Yeah. Whoops. I want to look at the. Actually, I just went to the wrong spot. I'm on the Real Clear Politics page. I wanted to look at. Here we go. Where is? Okay, I'm trying to find. Okay, now I'm not going to be able to find it in this mess. Oh, here we go. Arizona governor. I wanted to see what their averaging looked like. Yeah, so Lake had kind of pulled away in the polling towards the end here, but it's still only 3-point difference. The chart I know makes it look massive, but it's not quite like that. So I'm glad you brought that one up because that is one I definitely wanted to talk about tonight. Kari Lake, a big fan favorite for a lot of Republicans, just because of the way she's handling the media. She's done it very well. Calling out certain hypocrisies that a lot of Republicans are frustrated with at times. And so she's done that pretty effectively and gone viral several times doing so. So people like her on the Republican side of things. And also another race we haven't mentioned too much here, guys. Tudor Dixon versus Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. I know we had some people on the feed up there in Michigan, and they were watching here. And Tudor Dixon's an interesting candidate because she's female, she's young, and you just haven't seen much about her in mainstream media at all. It's like they don't want to show her to you, is what it seems like. But right now, 22% in, and it's 51.2 to 47.2. So that one, and I'll take a look here, guys. Take a look at what the polling was on that one. Scroll on down here to Michigan. So let's look at the polling was heading up to. There's Tudor Dixon there and Gretchen. There she is in the footage there. But yeah, this one tightened up towards the end. Again, right there. Look at that. The last minute went down neck and neck, but she kind of steadily was closing the gap there. Dixon was over the last couple days and weeks of that race. So that'll be an interesting one to watch play out as well. And let's see if there are any other ones I need to hit. Any other races you guys have on top of mind? That was a good one to remind me of Lake because I had completely didn't realize we hadn't circled back to that one yet. So I'm glad we hit that one.
Well, we've talked about the Hochul-Zeldin race, and it's a little confusing right now because you're trying to figure out, okay, where have some of the votes come in? In a lot of the counties, they're not fully even counted yet.
Yeah.
But Hochul has a sizable lead right now over Zeldin at the moment. 36% of the vote is only what's in right now. Zeldin's at about 36%, and Hochul's at about 64%. So that. Right now, again, I think it's going to look a lot different when it all shakes out in the end. But right now, she's, sitting pretty at this moment. So,
yeah, I think another interesting thing to note, just because it's interesting, is Governor Mike Huckabee, former governor. He just actually tweeted congratulating his daughter on her victory, and so he said, "Janet and I have been praying for a great night for Sarah Huckabee and the rest of the country. Congratulations, we're overjoyed, and now our eyes and prayers are turned toward the rest of the country." So, interesting race there that she's the former press secretary, obviously the daughter of a politician who's been around for a long time. So her victory, I think, is just a politically interesting one.
Indeed. Indeed. All right. Crutch, do we have any of the reporters standing by, or what's the status there? Talking to Crutch, who's behind the glass in it. Okay. All right. So nobody, everyone kind of in a holding pattern right now as some things, we're still waiting for them to come in. We haven't gotten a chance to check in. We haven't had a chance to check with Tara Mergener, who is at the Oz headquarters. So yeah, we could do one. Crutch. Who do we have on deck here? Okay. All right, Billy, if you want to tee that one up, that would be great.
Yeah, one of the people we wanted to sit down with tonight is Abby Johnson. She's a former Planned Parenthood clinic director. Her story was told in the movie Unplanned, and we're going to talk with her a little bit about the abortion issue and also some of the other big issues as a pro-life activist that she cares about right now. So, Abby, let's just dig right in to Roe v. Wade. Now that Roe v. Wade is gone, has been overturned, and abortion has been sent back to the states, there's a lot going on, in different states around the country. What has you most concerned about the ways in which Democrats have responded to this?
Well, I mean, they're very motivated. So they're very motivated to go out to the polls to vote. I don't think that abortion is an issue that motivates the bulk of people to vote. I think that more people are concerned about inflation. I think more people are concerned about gas prices. They're concerned about the money that is flying out of their pockets right now. So I think that's what motivates the bulk of voters. But we saw what happened in Kansas. It was a ballot initiative. Kansas is certainly not a pro-choice state. They are a conservative pro-life state. First opportunity to really see what can happen after Roe was overturned, and the pro-choice movement won by a landslide. And it wasn't because the state is for abortion. It's because the Democratic Party was motivated after Roe was overturned, and the conservatives did not get out and vote. And so that has been my concern going into this election. Everybody, of course, predicting this big red wave. That only happens if Republicans get out and vote. That only happens if Republicans don't do ridiculous things like vote third party. So, I mean, we'll have to see. We're going to have to see as election results come in. I certainly hope that we take back some of these losses, but I'm not one to really predict results because we have been let down in the past.
Well, yeah, and it's interesting, too, and I'd love for you to comment on this because I wonder when something like Roe v. Wade happens and it's such a big deal and people maybe don't fully understand it, it's in the media, and it seems like, oh, a right was taken away, right? And so people are, seizing on that. It does sort of possibly create this scenario where there are people who might not like abortion, but they don't like the idea of a quote unquote right being taken away. There seems to almost be an immediate reaction to it. And it seems like in this case, that's started to melt away a little bit and people are more concerned about the economy and things like that. Would you say that's an accurate sort of depiction of maybe what happened?
Yeah, I think so. I think that, well, that's what the secular media was doing, right? So Roe's overturned and you've got, ABC and CBS and CNN, you've got all these reporters saying women no longer have a right to abortion, right? Women no longer have the right to control their bodies. And, that was simply not true. The bulk of states still today do allow abortion in the United States. And let's be perfectly honest, with the medication abortion pill being delivered through the mail to, any and every woman who wants to obtain it, abortion is still available to any woman who wants it, unfortunately. So, but that was this sort of fear mongering. That was what they wanted to do. They wanted to throw out this false narrative to enrage their very liberal pro-abortion base get out there and to possibly even get violent in the streets, to bomb, to throw, fire bombs into the, these pregnancy center windows, to vandalize pregnancy. That's what they wanted, right? They wanted to create this narrative that wasn't true. And they were moderately successful at doing it. Then, people start really looking and going, okay, well, let's put abortion on the back burner here, because I'm going to my local grocery store and I'm getting a hand basket full of groceries and it's costing me $130. So that's actually what's more concerning to me right now. The fact that, there were weeks where women couldn't find formula for their babies. That's more concerning to the bulk of Americans than abortion. So I think people, they got really excited and they got really enraged, and, it was kind of this false fury, right? But then people started to really figure out what's actually at stake here. And it's a lot more than, the fact that you can't now in every state on every corner have the right to kill an innocent child.
Yeah, and there are a number of ballot initiatives. Obviously, the one out in California what are the ones that you're looking at most closely? I would imagine California is one of the ones you're eyeing.
Yeah, California Prop 1, that's something that definitely people are looking at. Michigan, Prop 3 in Michigan is something that people have really been messaging me about. People are very concerned about Prop 3 in Michigan. It's very important. There's, a lot of, I think after this election, after this midterm, I think that's going to sort of be a determining factor of where some states go from here, depending on the split, what the state looks like, more red, more blue. Are we going to see more heartbeat initiatives passed? Are we going to see further restrictions on abortion in some states? So I have had some legislators reach out to me, some various pro-life groups reach out to me and say, okay, this is what we're sort of predicting. Can you help us, with some different legislative measures that we want to take? So I think people are preparing, for things to sort of go in the pro-life direction. And that's certainly what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
All right, and we're just going to hop in here real quick because there's just stuff happening here. Herschel Walker, guys, 71.8% in. And thank you for Abby Johnson, by the way, stopping by and spending a few minutes here talking about the abortion issue, which is we've talked about all night tonight, which is a huge issue. But 49.4%, guys, to 48.6%. Still inching up for Herschel Walker.
Yeah, and I think this is that whole nail biting thing, right? We're gonna see this go down. I'll be shocked if we know what's going to happen tonight, because one of them is going to request again potentially a recount. I don't know what the laws are there, but it wouldn't shock me if they're that close, right? I would want to know, and so I think it's going to keep volleying, but we're getting towards at least an idea of who we think might on a baseline win, and then we'll have to see what happens from there.
Yeah, for sure. And then the governor's race in Georgia is shaping up to be a pretty clear or safe win, I think, for Kemp. He's at 54.1%. This is with 72% of the votes in. Stacey Abrams is trailing at 45.2%. So it'll be interesting to see that race potentially go, obviously, to Kemp, the Republican, and then this Senate race being so incredibly tight. So it's just interesting to see this go. But yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a recount. It's going to be a day or two before we have a final answer on this Senate race.
Yeah. Again, incredibly frustrating. You had one job, so you
right.
Can't
Yeah,
count
it is.
It's insufferable. Just want to have everyone who's in the chat. We appreciate you being here throughout the evening. I've been downing my Diet Mountain Dews, as many as I possibly can, to keep up with what's going on. Did you say Tara's here, Crutch? Oh, Heather. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, Heather, we are checking back in. Heather, last I looked, we talked to you almost 2 hours ago now, and things are looking up for the Republican in the race you're following.
Right. Well, we literally switched locations. You may recall we were at Congresswoman Elaine Luria's election night party, and we are now at her opponent's election night party, the state senator, Republican Jen Kiggins. It's a completely different atmosphere here. I don't know if you could see a little bit behind me, but it is a packed crowd. I couldn't even stand in there and talk to you. It was so loud. A lot of people here. Of course, they're here for the school board candidates and the city council candidates in Virginia Beach as well. But there's definitely an upbeat mood here, and the numbers are looking good, trending in the right direction for Kiggins. So there's just a general sense that she is going to pull this thing off tonight.
Yeah, Billy and Trey, I don't know if you wanted to chime in there if you're on mute.
Yeah, so the general tone in there, it's people sound excited. It looks, from what I could tell behind you, people are just kind of hanging out. How is this different from the last venue you were at?
Well, the last venue, when I was asking people what they thought was going to happen, they were just their whole expression. They didn't have a lot to say. They said they weren't sure. So there was definitely a sense at the Luria event that it was going to be an uphill climb. But I think here there's just much more of a sense that they've got this. And the numbers, as I said, you're watching the same numbers I am, but they look good. They're trending in the right direction. Of course, we don't know when this race will be called. Perhaps it might not be tonight, but there's just a lot of optimism here. And I can tell you, I talked with the Attorney General, Jason Miyares, and one of the comments that he made to me about Kiggins is that, there's just been a sense in the district, in the country, if you will, that the Democrats have had too much control in Washington, that it's the time to right things, to have a little more balance. And so he thought that was in Kiggins' favor. He also thought that just her pushing inflation the way she did was really the right call. And then I've heard other people talk about just her personality. She's just got a lot of charisma. She's good in front of people. And so just a lot of ingredients, I think, went into her secret sauce, if you will.
Now, Heather, do you think that this success that Republicans are having, her among them, is because of positive changes that they're wanting to implement, that voters are confident that Republicans can do the right thing? Or do you think it's more just a negative response to how Biden and the Democrats have governed?
Right. I think that's a good question. And I would say, I think it's, if you will, Republicans have had the advantage because there's always that advantage at the midterms. The party that's not controlling the White House has that advantage to speak into voters' frustrations, to speak into a message of change. And right now, voters who are struggling with inflation, who are struggling with the economy, they really want to hear that validation that, yes, things are hard, and yes, we're going to work on changing things. So I don't know if Republicans have all the perfect economic policies to fix our economy right now, but I think there's a lot of confidence that they are going to take it seriously, that they are going to move us in the right direction, and so I think it has become a winning issue for Republicans in this election, but the night's still young.
Indeed, and 78% looking at the AP numbers right now, Heather, and 78% are in there in District 2, and Kiggins holds a 55-45 lead. That amounts to 128,000 votes versus 105,000 votes. Can you give viewers who might not be from the area there in Virginia that you're at, what is typical for there? Is it just a mix and it can kind of go either way, just given the year? Or does it usually lean one party or the other?
Well, I will tell you that this district is considered a swing district. It's considered a purple district. But also this year, it was redrawn. And so that, of course, is making a difference. A lot of people here have been, especially on the Democratic side, saying that, this district really became more conservative because it was redrawn. And so I think that's part of the dynamic that's playing into Kiggins' favor at this point in time. I know that I was at a campaign rally for Luria in Chesapeake on Saturday, and they were just talking about how red Chesapeake is and what an uphill climb it was. So definitely that sense that the redistricting was not in the Democrats' favor.
Heather, you've been doing this for a long time and covering these things for quite a while. Every cycle is different, right? But how has this one, and maybe it hasn't, but I'd be curious to hear if it has, differed from past elections that you've covered?
You know, I will tell you, I think one of the things that I talked with a lot of people about at the Luria event was how discouraged they are with the political polarization in our country. One gentleman I talked with said politics has become a blood sport. And I think there is a real longing for people to know that they can work with the other party, that both parties can sit down and work well together, as opposed to just a lot of grandstanding. And so I think that is perhaps, that's not new to this election cycle, but it's really perhaps at its height right now. And so I would say, if I had to say that, you know, something that's different about this election cycle, it'd be just the height of political polarization in our country, the height of negativity, the height of just a lot of political strife. And I was actually encouraged tonight, though, in talking with people, especially at the Luria campaign. I haven't gotten to speak with as many people here yet, but just this real longing for, hey, can we stop with the political extremism? Can we stop with just the negativity? Can we start to talk to each other?
Interesting stuff. Well, Heather Sells, you are there in Virginia, District 2, reporting that race, and it looks like it's going to be a flip if things hold. I mean, we're 78% in, as we said, and it's a 55-45, so that would have to be quite something for that thing to flip around. But I appreciate you, Heather, in the midst of all the noise there and what's probably going to be a party at the Kiggin side pretty soon. I appreciate you stopping by and spending a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll be here for a while, so I'm sure I'll talk to you later.
All right, Heather. I mean, we've got to make it up here at least a little bit until we'll keep this thing rolling until we get some more of these key races to actually come in and get called. I mean, these are the big ones that people are waiting for. You know, the Georgias, the Pennsylvanias, the Ohios. You know, these races that are just premier races. You know, we're waiting for these to come in. I want to make it to them. I mean, I've got my Mountain Dews ready. I'm going to try to keep myself awake till we get to these numbers. And I know some of them, they're just going to keep them on and keep them going. But, you know, it's going to be a long night, but we're going to hang in there until we can get some of these answers.
Well, you know, I'm most flabbergasted by my state, selfishly, of New York, because the polls have shown that they were only the two candidates, you know, 5, 6, 7 points on average apart from one another. So I'm really interested, because we're looking right now at 42% of the vote in, and Hochul's at 63% and Zeldin's at 38%. It hasn't really changed much, and we're almost halfway there. So again, I'll be interested to see where it goes, but man, if it's that big, if it ends up being a big blowout, those polls are going to be really confusing. Like, why was it so close the whole time?
Yeah, well, I also think just the fact, I know we mentioned this earlier, but just the fact that it is close, that there are questions about could Zeldin inch his way up, that should be concerning to Democrats, right? That in New York, obviously there are a lot of places in New York, you know better than I would, Dan and Billy, because you live there or have lived near there, that there are a lot of parts of New York that are much, much, much more conservative than New York City, but New York City and the surrounding areas end up carrying so much of these races. So the fact that Hochul is struggling with some voters should be a shock to the system, I think, to Democrats, right? That crime is this much of a concern for not just Republicans, but even independents and potentially even some Democrats.
Yeah. Go ahead, Billy.
I was going to say, and they've been trying to downplay crime. You know, Hochul has been saying the crime hasn't gotten worse. And I think this is actually a national conversation about crime, because people feel like crime has gotten worse in their communities, right? Yeah. That's the feeling. So we don't even have the accurate numbers on it to be saying it's not true, but yet that's been the response to, oh, there's a crime problem, has been, oh no, the numbers don't show that. And I don't think that's entirely the story.
Yeah, and when I was at that Oz event where he was talking to small business leaders here in Bucks County, it was very interesting because they talked about the crime issue. And I'm like, okay, we're at a small business event here. Where are they going with this, with the crime? Are they just making talking points, you know, to get on camera? But all of the business owners there were very interested in that. And several of them, one guy said he had to close down several of his restaurants because of crime and violence that is going on. And he couldn't keep them open because, people stopped coming in because they were scared. I know in Philadelphia, they closed down multiple Wawas overnight. Like they no longer, Wawa's normally in a lot of locations a 24/7 venue, and you can go in and get snacks at any time. And it's phenomenal. Love Wawa. But they had to close down overnight because in Philadelphia, you had all this crime. And so it's directly tied to business. And I find that very fascinating that you have this crime issue that people have tried to make into this thing about racism or other things. And it's like, no, that's business too.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think all of this, to dismiss it, is the tone deafness that I think has created a lot of these openings for candidates, right? When you're dismissing that crime is a problem, look, fine. If all the other crime rates in 2021, which is what some of the numbers do show, didn't get worse, okay, but murder did, well, then that's a problem. Murder is the least likely violent crime to happen, but murders were through the roof. They were massively up, and we don't have any 2022 data, so we don't really know exactly what's going on. But again, people are the best, arbiters of the truth of what's happening in their communities. So
Yeah, well, and then if you look at ABC, some of their exit polling, nationally across the country, 32% of voters said inflation is their top concern, 27% said abortion, and then the next issue is crime. And most of those voters skewed to Republicans when they were worried about crime because they said they think Republicans are better suited to handle it.
Good point. Well, let's head on over to David Brody now. It looks like he's digging into some numbers. Let's see what he's got over there on the main feed.
Precincts reporting yet, but it's just amazing that some of these things are still kind of written in the books. Yeah. David, I know that you've been kind of keeping track of some of these competitive races, governor's races, House races, and Senate races. What are you looking at right now?
Well, Phil, I'm looking at Pennsylvania. Tara just on, and let me bring you up to date as to what's going on. Let's take a look at right here, Philadelphia County. This is what we've talked about. It's right behind me here, and you can see. Look at this. Now, Philadelphia County, we talked about this before. John Fetterman is leading. You see the 80.6% inside Philadelphia County to 17.9%. That spread between the two, my math skills are getting a workout tonight. 63% is the differential between Fetterman and Oz. Now, when Bob Casey ran in 2018, he was winning by about 73 percentage points in Philadelphia County, inner city Philadelphia. So that's very important to understand. 73% was the differential for Casey, the Democrat. Fetterman only at 67%. He's not pulling the number that Bob Casey was. That's good news for Oz. And if you look to the left, we're starting to see, indeed, that race continuing to tighten. Why? Because that number in Philadelphia County is not as high as Fetterman needs it to be. That differential needs to increase for him to have a shot at winning Pennsylvania. So this is actually good news for Oz, and we'll keep our eye on it all night.
David, we've talked a little bit about the suburban vote. Yeah. Anything you're seeing there? I know that, let me just look at my notes. I know that in 2020, oh, you know what? We don't actually have time for that. So just tell me if you're seeing anything. Just tell me if you're seeing anything major with the suburban vote in just 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'll do it in 12 seconds. How's that? North Carolina 13 is a suburban vote. That's looking actually relatively decent for Democrats. New Jersey 7 as well, looking pretty good for Democrats. But we can talk a lot more about it after the break or wherever you want to go. I don't know where you want to go next.
That's right, because we got plenty more coverage later. David, hang tight. Well, partisan politics are driving away.
They're heading to break over there, and I was just looking at that, guys. The Oz number has the gap is closing, as David was mentioning there. You look at it here, 61.7% in, 49.9 to 47.8. This was a much wider gap just a little bit ago. So things are getting very interesting here in my state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting to me that when you look at these, every state is different, every locality is different. But when you start to dig into the reality that not only are Americans in general, when it comes to national politics, very divided, but people are very divided within states and within counties. And it's just intriguing to see that the division isn't just this 30,000-foot thing. It's something happening in our local communities. And And, you know, in our states, and I think it's sad in one sense because one half of the population feels unrepresented or underrepresented, right? No matter how it shakes out.
Yeah, it seems like we're not only we're very politically divided, but it seems like culturally we're to the point where we're no longer willing to consider the validity of somebody else's opinion. And I think that's part of why we have lawmakers who get elected, Democrats or Republicans, who are then, if they're in a split Congress in their own state or even federally, they're unable to get anything done, right? Because it's too scary. It's like a poison pill to swallow if you choose to work across the aisle, which is unfortunate that we're in that place. But I think some of it too is that Democrats and Republicans, but really on abortion, I'm thinking in particular, Democrats are willing to go completely all in on advocating for abortion in really radical ways that, you know, Republicans, independents are just not going to be comfortable at all, of course, getting on board with something like that when this is a moral issue.
No, and it was kind of like the same thing with the defund the police issue. People were on board when they saw, you know, the initial images of, you know, what happened in Minnesota, and, you know, they saw those images and they were horrified by it, and the nation was kind of unified for a while there with their, you know, disgust at what happened, and then it turned into all of a sudden this cry to defund police, and you're like, wait a minute, where did that come from? Well, what is that?
Right. It became radical.
It became radical. And it's the same thing with abortion, you know, safe, legal, rare, 1 minute. Next thing, we're seeing videos with Chuck Schumer, like we played earlier tonight, where they're giving you this, you know, really emotional music and a pull to make, and she said in the video, to destigmatize abortion. And I just want to point out here, by the way, we're talking about Fetterman on Oz closing the gap. I'm, for one, am going to miss getting these sorts of things in my mailbox every day. Let's see here, Crutch, if I can. Yeah, here it is. Dangerously liberal. I have to say, my kids they've been chuckling at this. I mean, look at the picture. I mean, it's on a warning sign. It's on a street sign. Dangerously liberal. I mean, you have to appreciate the
points for creativity, I guess.
The creativity and the I mean, let's be honest, it's comedy in what they're doing. I mean, they pick a funny face, and they're doing the same thing to Oz. I mean, I heard them in the ads. And when I was covering that Oz event, there was a group of softball players, these girls with their parents, and they saw everybody with their cameras, and they're like, "Are you Dr. Oz?" I said, "No, I'm not Dr. Oz." And then they said, "Are you running against Fetterman? Is he the one that likes killers?" You know, because that's one of the things they keep saying in the ads is, you know, that he's soft on crime and that he's letting these killers out. And so, I was just thinking it as I'm watching it. I'm like, these are like teenagers. They were, I don't know, 13, 14 years old. And they're all talking about, you know, making cracks about Fetterman being this person who is all for the killers, you know, and that's a result of these ads that are going on. And I would love to know what some of the ads are like in your neck of the woods, because I know in Pennsylvania it was one of the higher spends, for sure. And, yeah. So anyway, I mean, what were the ads like in your area? And I'll just note real quick before you guys answer, as they're commenting, Underwater is commenting on this in the comments section. JD Vance, 86% in, and he's holding that lead in Ohio over Tim Ryan with a healthy margin right now, with only 14% left to go, 53-46.
Wow. Yeah, no, our ads were very abortion focused. I mean, everything was about abortion, and it was, you know, Mike Lawler, because we're District 17 again. He's going to take your, you know, abortion rights, and he's a, you know, Trump extremist. And that was really all I was receiving. There was nothing else. But by the way, I have to say, I mean, the gap is not really closing. There's still a 19-point disparity. But right now, Kathy Hochul and Lee Zeldin are only 46% in. They are a little closer together. She's at 59 and he's at almost 41%. So, you know, it's interesting.
I mean, I feel like you're grasping at straws here, Billy. You're hoping for anything.
I'm intrigued.
There in Pennsylvania.
Well, I'm intrigued in New York to see that there are this many people who are reacting to what is going on. I think it's an interesting social experiment in a state that hasn't seen a Republican governor since 2002, right?
Yeah. Well, I think as far as the ads go, We have a rich history, I guess, in the United States of having mean campaign ads. You can go down a dark rabbit hole on Google and you can read some of the insane ads or insane attacks that candidates throughout our presidential history lobbed against one another. But it just seems, I don't know, guys, it seems like the ads now are just meaner and meaner and meaner. And I think it's just indicative of where we are as a culture. We live in such a toxic culture that some of these ads are just, there's not one positive ad that I see on either side. Like both of the ads are just trashing the other side. It's just unfortunate that we're in that position, but at least I guess the saving grace is that some of them are kind of funny, like the ones that you got, Dan, in Pennsylvania.
I gotta hear. I'm gonna see if I can find this because I wrote on this a long time ago, and I don't. My memory is very terrible, so I don't. I want to read them word for word if I can find them. Maybe if somebody in the comments knows what I'm talking about. But actually, attack ads are nothing new, Trey.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But I mean, even the mean ones, like the founding fathers, they had some legit attack ads, and they would write them in the paper, and like you'd get them in 1 week, and then it would be a letter to the editor, and they'd respond the next week, and they were quite surprising. And I would love to try to find some, and I'll look for some here in some Googling here, and if somebody has them, and this is like a sport of yours to go check out the old political ads, looking for the worst ones from history. Just send them in the chat there. We'll take a look at it. But it is funny. I mean, when you look at the things that they wrote, it's eye opening. You're like, Jefferson going back and forth, these attack ads, you kind of view them almost as like when you just read about them, oh, the founders, they were all buds,
or like super classy. Like super classy. There was going to be no sort of trashing of anybody, but that's not the case.
Right. Not the case at all.
Well, I had to look up some of what you were talking about, Dan. So Martha Washington, apparently, according to this article, succumbed to propaganda. She told a clergyman after reading all these negative things about Jefferson that Jefferson was, quote, one of the most detestable of mankind. And that was something that was published at the time. And then, honestly, I'm reading some of the other comments that were made in the newspapers that you were talking about. They're a little bit too extreme, I think, for us to even say on this live stream. Some of them.
Are they really?
I mean, they're not very nice.
But...
Oh wow! I just found one. I got to share this one? Okay. Apparently,
let's hear it.
Jefferson's camp apparently accused President Adams of having a quote hideous hermaphroditical character which has neither the force and firmness of a man nor the gentleness and sensibility of a woman. I mean, that's straight out of 2022 with some tweaked language.
Yeah. I mean, well, and then Adams then called Jefferson, quote, a mean-spirited, low-lived fellow, the son of a half-breed Indian squaw, Native American, obviously a slur there. And then it just went on from there with more what we would now say are obviously racial slurs. But yeah, these attacks are nothing new.
No. So, but it is interesting to see what was going on. I mean, imagine if the founders had Twitter back then. It would be.
Yeah.
Wait, I have to say something else. Hold on.
Oh no.
Adams and Jefferson, 12 years later, became friends again and were writing nice letters to each other. So there's hope for everybody.
Okay.
Look at that. All's well that ends well.
So Trump
or
former President Trump and Ron DeSanctimonious will be
writing letters in 12 years.
They'll be good friends.
Yeah, indeed. All right, let's take a round. Where do we want to stop? Shall we check in with Georgia? Let's see what's going on in Georgia. And 74.2% in. Very, very close still. Herschel Walker, 49.2%. Warnock at 48.8%. That one's close. Well, Blake Masters right now with half the vote in almost is really down a lot to Mark Kelly.
Let's talk about Kemp and Abrams, though, in Georgia. Let's talk about on the governor's side. 85% of the vote in. 85% of the vote in. Kemp is at almost 54%, and Abrams is at 45%.
You got one with 80-some%. This AP one here has 75%, and the number is similar, so it looks like it's been holding.
Yeah.
And yes, we do want to go to him. David Brody's looking at some more numbers, latest results, breaking them all down. Let's take a peek in on what he's got.
They flipped a seat in Florida. Anna Paulina Luna down in the Florida 13th district. They flipped a seat. Well, they're going to flip a seat in Virginia, probably Virginia 2. We'll get to that in a moment. And there are a few others. But look, I think ultimately we're starting to see that the Democrats are losing ground in some of the races. In other words, their vote totals aren't as high, but they're still holding on. So at this point, I don't see the tsunami necessarily developing, at least at this hour. A lot could change. And as we look at the Senate map, if I could just quickly go to the Senate map here, we've got all of these toss-up races that are shockingly still toss-up races. Like, for example, Georgia and Herschel Walker. Look at that. I mean, 50-50. You can't get any tighter than that. In Arizona, you've got the Mark Kelly and Blake Masters race. Now, that says 59-41. But, of course, look at how many precincts are reporting there, just 4%. This is a surprise to me. I thought New Hampshire would be much tighter than this. But with almost half the vote reporting, Maggie Hassan is actually leading there, the Democrat. These are all seats that Republicans were hoping to pick up tonight. So far, it hasn't materialized. And then, of course, you've got well, you got so many more. You've got Nevada here. As we take a look there, the Senate race with Catherine Cortez Masto, that just getting underway out there. So lots of different scenarios out there. We still have no real clear picture of how this is going to end up. So far, it looks like there's been some good news for Republicans tonight, but Democrats may have staved off a tsunami for now, but we'll see.
Thanks, David. If we could go to Jennifer in Washington. Jennifer, you've been looking at some exit poll information.
And Billy, you know, that's interesting because it seems to support what you were saying earlier when you guys were looking at those exit polling numbers, and that the Democrats did successfully, apparently, like what David was just saying there, not to the point where staving off a red wave, but stopping that tsunami potentially by using the abortion issue to try and energize their base in light of all the other things going on with the economy. Apparently, maybe that tactic has worked.
Yeah, no, I think it has. I mean, this was something that you guys heard me say that I thought was going to happen in June. You know, I said this is going to energize a lot of people. You know, again, I said this earlier, but I want to repeat it. When you don't have a lot to energize people with and you don't have a rallying point and everything around you when you're the party in charge is crumbling, they were handed a baton that was lit and they ran with it. And it's unfortunate that this issue, which is literally the death of unborn children, it's unfortunate that it's having that effect. But a lot of people, it's complicated because we live in a country where we value rights, right? The right to fight and work hard and get ahead. And so this is one of those things that some people truly believe is a right. And they were sort of able to position it in that way that I think in a strange way tapped into that American spirit, right, of rights and being independent. And I think it's unfortunate, but they effectively, to a degree, were able to do that.
Well, and like Abby Johnson was talking to us earlier, a lot of it is due to messaging, right? And the Democrats have been successful, unfortunately, and they've had a lot of help from many in the mainstream media who have kind of redefined what abortion is. Like you were talking about it just then, Billy, we call it women's rights, we call it women's health, and then we ask people, do you want to restrict women's rights? Do you want to take away women's access to healthcare? And of course, the answer to those questions when you look at them just on their face would be, no, of course I don't want to take away these rights. But we're actually talking about the ending of a human life. We just don't talk about it anymore. We don't use that language anymore. We put other flowery words on it, so then we can push forward whatever it is that we want. And I think also, too, it's just the reality of living in a sinful world, right? We're prone to selfishness, and I think abortion is the ultimate in selfishness.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it really is. And especially when we watched that video earlier, that really tragic video of the woman talking about abortion. And what did she say? She said, well, I didn't want to have a kid with somebody who I wouldn't want to stay with. I wouldn't want to have anything to do with. Well, then, you know, just what are you doing with the person in the first place?
Right.
If that's something you wouldn't ever consider, then what are you doing? Go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I'm sorry. I'm interrupting you mid-sentence because I haven't had enough coffee. I just think that we have to get back to talking about what is going on in that abortion. The fact that they can sit there and have these conversations and not address, you're so brave, I'm so glad you were able to keep your job and not have a horrible man in your life, all these things, but nobody's talking about what actually happened to make that possible. And that's where I think Christians and others need to come in and compassionately explain, this is a life that was ended, and that matters, right? And so that was the part, it was so disturbing to watch that piece be not there at all.
Yes, no, 100%. And, reading through the Old Testament, I'm doing a great Bible in a Year program, by the way. I've tried these many times, and you kind of, you make it a certain distance, and then you just go back to reading your normal devotionals or other book studies or whatever of the Bible. And this year it's different for me. I made it through, and I'm very, very happy about it. But it's been very eye-opening to me going through just straight the whole Old Testament and going through. And as I'm reading it, and you see God's people fall into sin over and over and over again, and at times it seems inexplicable, right? Because God's literally there speaking to them on many occasions, either through a pillar of fire, a pillar of smoke, or a various number of other ways. And you think, how could they possibly go on sinning the way they're doing with idol worship and everything else? And then I watch our modern society, and I look at what people are doing on the abortion issue, for example, on the transgender issue, for example. And then I completely understand it. I say, oh, okay, that's right. We have some sinners here, and it's really scary. Honestly, it's scary to me whether these people are unrepentant sinners and are really putting their fist up at God. And I think that's not a good place to be at all for individuals and for our country. And so, I don't know if you guys have had a similar perspective when you watch some of the things, the out and out sin that people are championing right now. It's sad and frustrating to watch.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got to have a God of something. If you're going to reject who God is, the real God, you are going to replace that. And I think our culture has made a decision that it's the God of the self. That's who that's the replacement, and it's not going very well for us, right? But yet we continue to. It's like that game, the Lemmings or whatever. Where you just continue to march toward your death off the cliff without actually thinking about what you're doing.
Yeah, and of course, not everybody in the United States is a believer. That's obviously true, but I think it reminds me of all of this reminds me of the passage in the New Testament when Paul is talking about sin and sexual immorality and all of these things, and he says that there comes a point when the Lord will give you over to your sin. Right, your heart will be hardened to what you're doing, and I think we're living in that day and age right now. We're reaping those consequences of the Lord just saying, "Here, have your sin and live in it and see what comes of it." And unfortunately, I think we're reaping some of that devastation with the escalation of abortion, with the talk about abortion as not really what it actually is, the ending of a life, the murdering of a child. We're putting all this flowery language on it, as I said, and the sexualization of children. All of this stuff, I think, is the result of a culture that has hardened its heart to God and embraced and is fully living in and celebrating even sin.
Yeah, well said. Couldn't agree more with that. Just looking at a couple things over here on Real Clear Politics. And it looks like that New Hampshire race, which we thought was going to be called earlier, we thought that was going to be the early bell weather sort of things and get an idea of what's to come. Well, it took a while for the results to come in, but according to Real Clear Politics, it looks like Hassan has indeed made that a Democratic hold with 53% of the vote going to the Democrat there in the Senate. So that's New Hampshire, not entirely unexpected, but that was one. As we said, Republicans early on were saying that maybe this is one, if we get a strong candidate, we could turn. That didn't happen. So looking at some of the things David was talking about a moment ago on the main CBN feed there about maybe this isn't a tsunami that some Republicans were hoping for, but still potentially the wave, not necessarily the tsunami. There you see there in the House, eight seats picked up so far. Remember, we said for a tsunami, I think it had to be somewhere between, Matt Gulka was talking about 20 and 30 seats picked up. So the night is still young. The night is still young, and it might turn into days and weeks, guys, still, for people to count and recount. We should show, I mean, in Arizona, I mean, would you guys want to see, I have not seen, I don't know if any of y'all on the feed have been watching for updates on this, but earlier on when we started, I saw, and Caitlin had mentioned it on the update, talking about what's going on in Arizona, and people were frustrated. And I'll see if I can find this clip, but people were frustrated about the election machines not working. And I don't know, do you guys have new machines in your districts too? Have they been coming out with new machines? Because we seem to have new ones every time, and it does this weird thing where it puts the ballot in, and then they go, you're good. And it doesn't like show you anything. Like you don't get like a little receipt, like nothing. And that's fine, but I don't know. We live in an age where you kind of want that confirmation, you know, in video games, they have like sounds and dings and sound effects and animations to kind of confirm when you do something or you win or whatever. I don't know. So it just always feels weird. It feels like you're throwing your vote into the nether.
Yeah, they actually make us wait in the, like when we just did early voting, you wait until the machine registers the next number. So if it says 1,001, you're supposed to stand there until it says 1,002. So you know that the vote was actually counted.
And I'm in Central Virginia, and mine are just like yours, Dan, where it feels like, am I putting this into a ballot reader or a paper shredder? I can't tell which way it's going. Which I guess I'll find out tomorrow.
Right, or not. So, but I want to play this one video here. Crutch, I guess I'll go full screen on this if my computer doesn't evaporate here trying to do this. So.
Hello, Maricopa County. I'm Bill Gates, the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so this is Maricopa County. I'm going to start this over. And the guy's name is Bill Gates. He's not that Bill Gates, and it's unfortunate for him that has to share his name with one of the more famous people in the country. But here he is. This is after people were complaining about the machines not working properly in Arizona. Check this out.
Hello, Maricopa County. I'm Bill Gates, the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors.
I'm Stephen Richard, the Maricopa County Recorder.
We're here to give you an update on how things are going in the election. We've already had almost 44,000 people show up this morning, check in, and be available to. And things are going great out there, but there's one thing that we wanted to address to make people aware of today, and that has to do with our tabulators. We've got about 20% of the locations out there where there's an issue with the tabulator, where some of the ballots that after people have voted them, they try and run them through the tabulator and they're not going through. But the good thing is we do, first of all, we're trying to fix this problem as quickly as possible. And we also have a redundancy in place. If you can't put the ballot in the tabulator, then you can simply place it here in where you see the number 3. And this is a secure box where those ballots will be kept for later this evening, where we'll bring them in here to Central Count to tabulate them.
So this would function much like early voting functions, in that we would get your ballot back. Once we've signature verified it, we would send it to our central tabulators. Ballots that are in here will already be in effect signature verified, so we won't need to confirm identity, but we will central tabulate them. This is actually what the majority of Arizona counties do on election day all the time.
And just one thing to keep in mind, we have 223 vote centers across the county. So if there are lines at the location you're at or issues with the tabulator, if you would prefer to go to another location, you can do that. Doesn't matter where you go, as long as you're a registered voter here in Maricopa County. Thanks so much. And everybody, if you haven't yet, get out and vote.
What do you guys make of that explanation there for some of the issues that they were having?
I was like, wait, what? I mean, I was trying to track it and follow it and figure it out. And I just kept coming back to, why in the world are we having this issue? Like, you had 2 years.
You had 2 years to come up with something that would work. And, you know, in theory, it makes sense what he's saying. You put it in there, but it just seems like, why would you have all these problems? How many, again, you have one thing you got to test. You got to test putting the ballots in the box, make sure it works.
Well, I mean, I'm just we have these smartphones, right, that are more powerful than most of the computers that we use every single day.
Yes.
But we can't figure out a machine that just does simple math. I mean, we invented the calculator how many years ago? That's essentially all this is doing is simple addition. Yeah. So anyway, I think these videos are ultimately not that helpful because it's a lot of jargon that I think people don't necessarily understand, and it certainly didn't engender any sort of reassurance that this is gonna work.
Yeah.
Well, and as we're talking about this, Democratic Secretary of State Katie Hobbs in Arizona, who is running as the Democratic candidate for governor, it's her office who essentially, reportedly, as far as I understand, is responsible for handling Election Day. So it doesn't help that she's the candidate, right? And her office is running this. Now, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying her office is running it. It looks terrible. And now, of course, you've got Kari Lake, her opponent, her Republican opponent, saying, look, she's incompetent. This just shows her incompetence. And, she even said, like, I hope it wasn't malice, right? So, again, you're going to have people asking all sorts of questions about this as a result of probably just people not being prepared and doing what they were supposed to do.
Well, and Kari Lake made election integrity a kind of a big issue on her campaign. So that's one of the things she's talking about. And then here this is going on. And it's interesting right now. I'm looking at it on the screen. 47.4% of the votes counted. So still a long way to go, but a significant lead near the halfway mark here for Katie Hobbs at 56.9 to 43.1. Again, have to see which counties and things are coming in still. And David hopefully will get to some of those if he's hitting this Arizona race here in his next update that will get you. But that would be, honestly, I would say that would be a bit of a surprise because remember, Katie Hobbs refused to debate. She just didn't want to do it, and she just was pressed on. The mainstream media actually pressed her on that pretty hard. I think it was ABC and a couple other mainstream people that you've seen on the news all the time, and they were like, "Why aren't you just going to debate?" I mean, and she just didn't really have a good answer for that. Just said, "Well, because we didn't do it last time, so we're not going to do it again." And it's like it just sure looked like, okay, Kari Lake, one of her strengths is her ability to communicate, and so sure looked like she was just afraid she was going to get blitzed there on the debate stage. But maybe that strategy of just laying low and not, because look what happened to Fetterman. Now, I showed you the polls on Fetterman, and he went on after his debate, which was a, disastrous performance by most experts who watch that and pundits. And the race really narrowed after that debate. So perhaps this was the same thinking going on there in Arizona. And Hobbs saying, you know what, I'm not going to risk it. Just I've got the lead, so I'm just going to sit on it.
So a couple of, topic shift quickly, just a couple of big things. NBC News is calling Kathy Hochul as the winner of New York, saying she defeated Zeldin. When you look at the maps, obviously AP shows about 64% of the vote is in, but there are some outlets calling Hochul as the winner. But Oregon, which we haven't talked about for governor, wanted to mention that one's still too close to call, which is really interesting in light of the fact that that's a pretty progressive state. So just want to mention those two.
Yeah, looking over at Oregon, you got 46% in, 45.8% for Democrat Tina Kotek, and 44.4% for the Republican Christine Drazen. And it's interesting, guys. There's a lot of interesting, and maybe I haven't looked at the overall numbers, but a lot of women running this year for various offices. So really cool to see that. I saw some people in the comments coming in saying, just to give a quick summary, where are we with the results? Well, it looks like you've got at least a red, a little wave going on there, not the tsunami perhaps that some had predicted, but certainly looking so far like a solid night for some Republicans, but not for Republicans overall, but not necessarily yet. Again, long night. A lot of these races are not going to probably get called tonight because they're so close. I mean, it looks like, AP hasn't called it yet, but Kemp is solidly ahead there with 84% in. So that's looking good there.
NBC called it.
Who called it?
NBC called it for Brian Kemp.
NBC. And they wanted to wait as long as they could for that one. Well, maybe that's MSNBC I'm thinking of. I won't lump NBC in there, but Anyway, but then
so much
also
grace,
over,
so much grace.
I know, so much grace. Look, it's getting late here tonight. Give me a little slack here.
I do want to mention.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to mention, because a few seconds ago or a minute ago, you mentioned the number of women who are running. I know I've mentioned her one or two other times, but Sarah Huckabee Sanders is actually, she's the first female governor of Arkansas. And I think it's interesting. This is just a media bias thing that I've noticed. We've talked about on the podcast over the years. Whenever there's a first on the Democratic side, we see the media picking up with that and running wild. But when it comes to Republicans and firsts, I don't know, maybe I'm missing it. Do y'all see those headlines from mainstream media celebrating the first woman on the Republican side?
No,
never.
That is one. Yeah, no, never. I mean, that is one of those double standards, and you don't want to harp on them all day long, but they're just so glaring sometimes. I mean, it was when Winsome Sears in Virginia. I mean, it should have been a celebratory win for a minority, a woman. Getting in there into office, and nothing, no celebration at all. Instead, you look for the flaws. That's what the media does on that front. It's a frustrating double standard to watch because you only see these things celebrated on one side, and then when somebody who may be a minority of whether it's race or sex or whatever. In a particular field, and then they make an achievement. It's like, then we're going to find a way to say that, well, they're just, this is why this isn't good, and they'll find the negative for it. So that is a frustrating double standard that comes into play often, and particularly you don't see. I mean, again, I mentioned that earlier with Michigan. We were talking about Michigan. Let's see if no, that's not the right one. Not the Senate. The governor race there in Michigan with Dixon Tudor, or Tudor Dixon. Now I'm, and to see now it's late in the evening.
Tudor Dixon.
Yes, Tudor Dixon. Okay. But you hadn't even heard of her in the mainstream media, and whereas Gretchen Whitmer's, right. I mean, obviously she's been in, but the incumbent, but household name at this point, and so very interesting dynamic to watch play out.
And we've got JD Vance, obviously, in Ohio, which I think we might have mentioned before a few minutes ago here, but he is the projected winner in Ohio. So that's a big, I mean, Ryan, longtime congressman. So that's a big win for JD Vance.
Yes, and then, indeed.
I'm looking right now to it. Herschel Walker and Warnock, they're in a literal dead heat. They're both at 49% right now with 85.6%. And that's according to AP.
Yes. Let me see. I'm going to look and see what we got over at Real Clear Politics. They've got 88%. And it's 49. What did you say AP was? What percentage was in?
It's 49 85. And 49. Oh, but
with 85% total in 85.6. Yeah.
So we're at 88% on Real Clear Politics. It's 49.2 for Walker and 48.8 for Warnock.
Oh, so he got a tick up there in the last couple of votes that got tallied up that they had to get out of the bottom of the voting machine after they went in and into the bucket and then didn't read it, and they got to take it out. Okay.
Over in Pennsylvania, Oz is at 48.3, Fetterman's at 49.2, and 75% is in.
Okay, yeah, AP. All right, we are going to try it. We've been waiting all night. Tara Mergener from CBN is at the Oz headquarters right down the road from me here in Newtown, Pennsylvania. Tough connection here. We're going to try it, Tara. Can you hear us?
I can. The decibel level is pretty high in here right now, but let's give it a go.
Yeah, well, the race, we were just talking about it. We're looking at the numbers here, but the race has tightened. It's very close. What is the sense you're getting there at Oz headquarters here in Newtown, Pennsylvania? What are they saying?
Well, I think they thought this race would already be at this point a lot closer than it is. Last check, it wasn't particularly tight, so you may have the latest numbers. I haven't checked in a little bit. But right now, I think the mood is not as elated as they thought it would be. The mood of the room, the temperature is a little bit cautious. All the talk all the time is that how close it was going to be, and there's a ways to go. I talked to the campaign communications specialist for Dr. Oz, and you could tell they're kind of cautious. So, obviously a lot of precincts still have to come in, but you could feel it in the air. They're not so sure. So, but in any case, it really was a pretty amazing campaign since Dr. Oz really was the underdog going into this. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's the gap narrowed significantly in the last couple weeks of this race, and it was specifically after the debates when Fetterman had a rough performance, and that number really shrunk at that point. And so, yeah, I can understand, but then everything was a dead heat after that. So I can understand why the campaign right now is cautious, because it seems to be playing out kind of how the polls were showing that it would play out, neck and neck.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole, a lot of this is controversy that really tightened this race was John Fetterman's health, right? So he had a stroke, as you know, in May earlier this year, and it dominated the campaign on his side. Was he going to be fit to lead, to run, to hold this office or not? And you have to admit, it's pretty impressive that Dr. Oz, who barely won the primary, has come this far. So, Oz had some other challenges during this race. He was an outsider, where Fetterman is here in Pennsylvania and considers himself, one of them. Dr. Oz moved here from across the Hudson River, overlooking Manhattan. He had a mansion in New Jersey. So he had a lot to overcome here. It's like too early. I just can't get a read yet on whether or not he's going to squeak this out. Yeah, there's so many lawsuits too. If it is close, this thing probably will not be over tonight unless there's a big gap. So we'll see. Dr. Oz is supposed to be here coming up.
Yeah, well, and that's what I was going to say was I bet you that caution too is going to lead to, if this thing is as close as we think, probably not going to get a result tonight, and then you'll get two triumphant speeches. They'll get to go off into the night, and then we'll see how this thing plays out. So, Tara, I know you're in the NAC over there, and it's a tough reception in there. Yeah. So maybe we'll be able to check in later if Oz speaks. But I appreciate you popping in and spending a couple minutes with us.
Yeah, it's going to be a nail biter. It's going to be super interesting, and hopefully, we're going to see if this thing is going to really be close. Oz has tightened it up as the night goes on, so we'll see if he can keep it up. And so, I'm glad I could hear you. Forgive the closet lighting. I feel like I'm in a closet, but trying to find a place where we can get good reception. There's a lot going on. Let me just give you a quick peek. See, there's all the media up there. Obviously, a lot of interest in this race. So I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Tara Mergener, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, Crutch, is David ready? Can we go over to David, go through some numbers?
District 3 is in the Nassau County area, which is really close to New York. It's like Long Island, which is very rare for a Republican to win over there. And then if I can go to 19 as well, look at this. Once again, the Republican winning in New York 19, which is a little north up the Hudson Valley towards Poughkeepsie, New York, and I can even go to 22. And even though it shows that the Republican is losing here, it actually turns out that they're predicting that he'll probably end up winning that race because of some of the turnout there.
So if he wins it, that'll be a sweep.
It would be. Now, what's interesting here is New York, the crime issue has been big, right, in the New York City area and kind of north.
That's what's been driving this.
That's what's been driving this. But look at this. Kathy Hochul most likely is going to now win.
Well, that's interesting because Lee Zeldin, the congressman from New York, from Long Island, has really campaigned heavily on crime. So what's the disconnect there?
Yeah, it's really hard to explain other than the fact that proximity is everything. If you notice back to that map, if I can just show you that New York City, right in that area, there's been a lot of concern about crime within the New York City area and the surrounding suburbs and up into the counties, Westchester and all of that. And I think that made a bigger difference than maybe the entire state.
It was interesting to watch that race in the waning days, to see that the president traveled up there to bolster Kathy Hochul's campaign to seek a first-term full election. So it just showed how endangered she was.
Yeah, for sure. Before we're on governor's races, if I could quickly go to Arizona and just show you, this is the big one, Kari Lake.
Yep.
Look at this. This is 8%. That's actually not accurate. It's about 50%. 50% is in. This isn't as big. It's just got updated. It's about a 10 to 12 point spread where Kari Lake is losing. Half of Maricopa County is in. That's the big county, obviously, out in Arizona. We're going to watch that race. This is an interesting development. We'll see.
All right, David, hang tight. All right. Caitlin, we're going to send it right back to you.
Important races we may not know. We probably won't know Arizona tonight, but
we can come back now after David's update there. And guys, right after we got off with Tara there at the Newtown Athletic Club in Newtown, as I said, right down the road from yours truly here. They set up on the basketball courts there. I played many basketball games there and embarrassed myself with my old, out of shape body. But nevertheless, it looks like, and then there's been another update since then. One update had it about 72%, and Oz had cut it within a point. Now it's 74% of the vote in, and it's Fetterman at 49.5, Oz at 48.1, so a 1.4% gap there. Billy, what is your the sites you're looking at? Do we have anybody that's ahead of that 73.9% number?
So right now I've got Fetterman at 49.2, Oz at 48.3 with 79% in. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
79% in? I'm sorry, say it one more time. I'm sorry.
79. So we've got 79% of the vote in, and Oz is at 48.3. Fetterman is at 49.2. So they're not even a percentage point. It's like a little over a percentage point away from one another.
Okay, so it looks like if your number is correct, in the next update or so, this AP number will tighten a little bit. But oh yeah, sure. Let's take a look. It's Billy's neck of the woods. Kathy Hochul, who has won her race, is speaking now. Let's check it out.
To my father,
I can't hear it,
my late mother, who inspired me to go on a path of public service.
I can't hear you.
And to my siblings, my 5 siblings, and particularly my only sister Sheila, who in a special way. Sheila has that special way of keeping me humble. I want to thank all of them, but tonight I want to speak directly to New Yorkers. Tonight, you made your voices heard loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm not hearing. I mean, I don't know if you guys could hear that, but I couldn't hear anything there. So we're going to pull away from Kathy Hochul there, who's giving her victory speech. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one. I don't know, but I couldn't hear that. But she's obviously excited. You can tell by the look on her face. She has won her race. I'm going to take a look at what that number was standing at just to see. Because, Billy, you were saying that it maybe if it was closer than what she had hoped, that maybe that could be a sign, because New York is, let's be honest, it's not a state that Republicans are going to, win very often. Obviously, it happens from time to time. But Kathy Hochul wasn't really elected to anything. She was, serving under Cuomo, and then Cuomo resigned, and then she was in, and then she had to run.
It's interesting because 71% of the vote is in right now, and they're 11 percentage points away from one another, which is a little bit shocking. Again, the average was 7 percentage points, and almost every poll was like 4 or 5 or 6. So I'm wondering if this will actually level out at 6 or 7 percentage point difference.
All right, looks like Crutch is saying we can go if Stacey Abrams is speaking. Let's take a listen into that. This is Stacey Abrams speaking after her loss to Governor Kemp. All right. All right, Crutch, if we can pull back from Stacey here, you get the idea of Stacey Abrams there after her loss to Kemp. Want to see if we can go. Is Beto still speaking? Can we take a peek into what Beto is saying after his? Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's Beto O'Rourke. Yeah, it's okay. That was Abrams' audio. That's okay. Beto is speaking. We're going to try to grab that here in just a second. We're looking for the audio. But obviously Beto lost 55-8 to 43. Here he is now. So Beto O'Rourke there after his loss to Greg Abbott. And that's interesting, Billy, because and we'll get back to this in a second. We're going to go to Heather Sells here in just a moment. The Democrats, New York, for the Republicans, where if they get close, it's kind of like, all right, we're inching closer. We're making these races interesting. But let's go down to Heather Sells now, who's in Virginia. I think we have an update on that race that she's been following tonight. Heather, what's up?
Hey, Dan. Yeah, just moments ago, Jen Kiggins spoke with her supporters. She said that tonight is a night for celebration, and tomorrow they're going to go about restoring America's strength. So I don't think she used the word victory. I don't think she talked about any numbers, but she definitely presented herself as the winner. And she also shouted out to Congresswoman Elaine Luria, said that despite the differences in their political ideologies, that they share a love of Navy and the country. So a gracious moment there and a lot of excitement here. And I can also tell you, everybody is going home. So, I mean, this party is a wrap.
Wow, that was a quick one. They wrapped that thing up.
That fast. It was that
well,
fast.
I'm going to tell you, Heather. I'm going to tell you on the AP site here, they do have it called for Kiggins. It did tighten up there towards the end because I think when we talked last, it was at 10%. But right now with 97%, and it's 52-1 to 47-9. So still a significant lead of about 12,000 votes or so. But the AP has indeed called it for her.
Yeah. No, I think it's a done deal at this point. And yeah, very interesting race here. I think there was a lot of dynamics at play, from the redistricting to people wanting change, people struggling with the economy. And I think that Congresswoman Luria just wasn't able to resonate with voters on issues that really mattered to them. So a lot at play here, and a very interesting race between two women, both Navy veterans, both with, incredible resumes and incredible qualifications.
Would you say there was a little bit of grace and sort of, because the way you talked about that speech, it sounded like there was some kindness, and you don't often hear nowadays with all the division one candidate talk about how another candidate loves the country or cares for the country. Was that surprising or shocking to you at all?
Uh, I think, Kiggins also mentioned that she tried to run a positive campaign, although she did run some attack ads against Luria. So, it wasn't entirely positive at every moment. But, she talked about civility in her campaign. And I did hear that from people tonight, especially when I was at the Luria event. There were a lot of people there saying we need to get away from political extremism. We need to find ways to work together. So I am definitely sensing that there is that hunger among people to, can we get past this really polarizing political rhetoric, this period that we're in right now, and find ways to move forward. So there was definitely that sense in this campaign, I think.
Heather, obviously inflation, the economy is number one on voters' minds, but in the lead up to the election, were there social issues that you heard from that voters were really concerned about? Abortion is polling really high as a concern. What's been your sense on the ground with people you've talked to?
In this district, I think that Congresswoman Luria was perhaps running more strongly on the issue over the summer, and then pulled back some. It wasn't something that she was emphasizing over the weekend, although she did have an ad earlier that had talked about abortion, and she wanted women to have the right to choose. And you didn't hear you didn't hear State Senator Congresswoman-elect Jen Kiggins talking about the issue. So it was perhaps more in the background here in this district. It wasn't a front and center issue.
All right, Heather Sells, appreciate it. We are going to go now. We got some candidates speaking. I think Vance is up there speaking. So appreciate you stopping by, Heather. Looks like your party's wrapping up, so we appreciate you
Right.
chiming in a couple times here on the broadcast tonight.
You're welcome, Dan. Have a good night.
All right, good night. Okay, let's check out. It looks like Vance may be speaking after his victory here. So, Crutch, if you have that, let's take a listen in there.
I can't help but to offer some reflections. I mean, every single person on this stage knew my beloved Mamaw, the woman who raised me. And she died right before I left for Iraq and the United States Marine Corps. And you guys have heard me talk about her. What an incredible woman she was. What an unusual woman she was. You know, we joked that if we could wheel her up here today, she would drop probably about 5 F-bombs on national TV with all these cameras looking at us. But she was a proud product of working people. She believed in the American dream. She believed in the promise of this country. And I guess my simple promise to you, to everybody here, you're not always going to agree with.
Yeah, it looks like they dropped that. Looks like the feed cut there. So yeah, and I think Oz was speaking. We don't have the feed of that just yet, but Tara, who is at the Oz headquarters, apparently Oz made some comments there. We'll see if we can get those to you. But they were on edge, as Tara was saying, that they weren't ready to say it one way or the other. Obviously, this thing is close, but she said that they were cautiously optimistic.
Racism against Asians. Racist liberals deny your child the chance to attend their dream college, no matter how hard they study.
That could be my
just because they're Asian.
I don't know. You have these auto ads.
Bigots.
Okay, yeah, there it is. I see it. Yeah. Okay. These auto ads, they're like the bane of my existence. You know, you probably had them. You get bombarded on certain ads. You leave a website up, and all of a sudden they just start playing audio all over the place, and it was in my ear. So I apologize for that. So anyway, it sounded like they were on edge, but not maybe despondent. I mean, I think how you would be if you're not sure what's going to happen. It could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all down to the wire. They're at the end of the day, and they're trying to figure out how is this going to go. But it's so tight, and I think some of it you're seeing some discouragement. I think just among people in general, but certainly among Oz and his team and Fetterman and his team is we don't know yet. And then the reality, we might not know for a day or 2 days or 3 days. And that can be that's frustrating for us as the voters, obviously, but obviously for them too. That's a big frustration. But it's way too close to say for certain that he's going to lose or that he's going to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to let it play out. And I think, again, and we've said this numerous times, they're very close. You're talking about 1.3 percentage points, which, yeah, it may be a couple of thousand of votes. It may be 50,000 votes. But people are going to want to make sure every vote is counted when it's that close.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when they've experienced, like I did in Bucks County, the odd sort of just way that they collect the ballots now. And it seems different every time too. It's like, just make up your minds on which way you're going to do it. But yeah, and of course the early voting and the counting that takes. They always say it's going to take an extra few days. Very frustrating, as I mentioned. So let's see if that updated for me. No, it did not update. Still a 1.5. But we're going to look to go if the main feed is bringing back David Brody here soon. We're going to try to get get his recap here in just a minute. But yeah, we're standing by for that. We'll go to that in a second. But guys, what's your sense on so far how the night has gone? I mean, we talked about at the beginning the possibility of the tsunami, the red wave. Is it a ripple? Is it a dud? I mean, with the numbers you're seeing come in, with the races you're seeing come in, 46 Republicans now in the Senate, as you can see here on the screen, 45 Democrats. What do you guys? What's the sense you guys are getting?
Yeah, I think there's a wave. I don't think it's a tsunami, and I never really thought it was going to be a tsunami. Of course, we have to wait for more of these to come in. Some of the really interesting ones, again, I think, that District 17 in New York. I know Brody was talking about a number of different races in New York that, when you've got 3 or 4 locations that are traditionally Democratic that are going red, that's a wave in itself. It's a tiny wave, but it's an important wave. And so I think you're going to have a lot of this. We're not going to be able to know until maybe tomorrow or the next day what that really looks like when you dig into the data.
Yeah, I think this is going to end up being less of a huge wave or a tsunami, if you will, for Republicans, and more just a clear loss for Democrats, because these races, a lot of them should not be this close. If the Democrats are doing a better job of instilling hope and certainty in their ability to govern, these races wouldn't be that close. So I hope that maybe Democrats can walk away and say, maybe we need to be not so radical on sexuality, on abortion, on education, but I won't hold my breath and think that politicians really on either side will learn their lessons.
No, because what they'll say is we weren't extreme enough on it. We need to go further. We just weren't solid enough. This is another race we haven't mentioned. Mike Lee in Utah. Obviously, some of these West Coast races, later, obviously, time of the polls closing. Mike Lee, 53%. Evan McMullin, that name, if you might remember, from 2020, Evan McMullin also on the ballot, the general election ballot, 43.5%. So Mike Lee halfway through there with a lead, with a solid lead. And see, where else do we want to peek at? Well, we can peek back in at Walker here and Warnock, and 49.2% for Walker, 48.8 for Warnock, still holding on with 86.5% in there. This one's heading for recount land.
So I've got 89%, and I've got Walker at 49.4 and Warnock at 48.6. So it's holding, so, as you were saying. Yeah.
Actually, can I just increase a little bit by 0.2%, but go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, when we're talking about the impact of this, if Republicans take the House and the Senate, and this goes back to what we were saying at the start of the show tonight, that is going to significantly impede, Biden's chances of really getting anything done. He is going to have to make good on the promise he made before he came into office that he was going to work with the other side, because now he doesn't have a choice. And so I think that is the biggest piece of this. That is a tsunami in itself, right? Regardless of the other facets, that really his presidency is going to fundamentally transform moving forward.
Yeah, and also talking about, I thought it was really interesting, looking back at some of the conversations we've had tonight with our guests and the reporters that have come on. I thought one of the more interesting ones was with Abigail talking about Biden and the future there. And what happens if, with an outcome tonight that isn't favorable for Democrats, which looks like regardless of what the level is, they're not going to be happy with it one way or the other. And what does that mean for Joe Biden? Because as Abby pointed out, he could still run. There's precedent. Obama had a huge, massive defeat in the midterms of 2010 after his election in 2008. So what's going to happen there with Biden? Well, we're going to go right now to David Brody, and we'll get back to that thought after David gets through the numbers. Let's check it out.
South Texas, they're winning one race, not all of them. You look at Oregon, they're winning one race, not all of them. It's kind of a mixed bag night for Republicans. I would suggest that they're making inroads. I just want to show you one other race that we really haven't talked about too much, but it's in Michigan, and it's Michigan District 7. This is in the heartland of the country. You've got the Republican winning out there in Michigan as well. So, look, the truth of the matter is that Republicans are winning in a lot of different places. They're just not winning by as much as they thought, and I think that's important. So, kind of to sum up, I'd simply say it like this. Republicans were hoping for a Mack truck tonight. Instead, I think they got the family van driving 55 miles, the speed limit, down the highway because they're making inroads. But there wasn't any bulldozing over tonight. But that van is heading down the highway. Democrats need to understand that for sure.
All right, Chief Political Analyst David Brody, he's going to keep watching all night long.
Thanks, David.
Well, even with races to be called, one thing we know is there are people in the country who are worried about where America is heading.
That's right, though there may be uncertainty.
We'll take a back crutch here as they continue their coverage over there on the CBN YouTube main feed. And that was David Brody there. Hopefully we'll have David come join us here in a couple of minutes. But back to my thought on Biden with Abigail, I think it's really interesting because Biden really could choose either way. He has precedent to say, you know what, I don't care if you guys want me to step down. I'm still going to run because I think I can win. I'm the incumbent, and there's precedent here of an incumbent, even in a tough time, still winning. But then you're going to have the party there really kind of clamoring to get some new blood in there. And I thought it was super interesting that Pete Buttigieg was the guy that she kind of singled out as maybe if they do change, he'd be the one.
Well, it seems like there aren't a lot of options, and a lot can happen in 2 years, but he already tried to run. He was very well liked before by a lot of people, and he's the one they're calling on the most to come out and stump for them. So this has been, the speculation on him has been long out there that he would be one of the candidates. And so, I would be shocked if he didn't run for president again. So,
yeah. What would be interesting if he were to run again, particularly if y'all remember, the one voting bloc he did not do well in when he ran before was the minorities. He did not do well with the Black community. That was an area in which he struggled. So obviously he's openly gay and has a partner, a male partner. So there are a lot of things that would potentially be stumbling blocks for him politically. I don't know that he would be widely adopted, but I think it certainly is true that the enthusiasm is just not there for Joe Biden, with nearly 40% in the ABC exit poll of Democrats saying don't run in 2024. And then, of course, there's not a whole lot of excitement either for Vice President Kamala Harris. It's interesting, Dan, that you're saying that they don't go to her. She would normally be the default as the VP, but instead they go to the Secretary of Transportation, which is kind of a thankless position that not many people generally care about.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was a really weird time when, I don't know, when Biden kind of emerged. You saw some people, I thought, back out early. And I think there were probably deals made, right? I mean, you see Buttigieg now is in there and he's got his cabinet position. So it sure looked like one of those things where they're like, look, party wants Biden to run. We think he can win against Trump. And so you guys need to get out of the way. And we'll reward you with a cabinet position. You can run in a later time if you want. That's what it felt like happened then. So that it's interesting now that we'll see if he comes back. But guys, do you have any final thoughts? It looks like we're about to wrap this thing. It's almost midnight. 87.8% of the votes are in on Georgia, 49-1 to 48-9. That thing is close. When you're talking within 7, and it just updated again. 88.1% in, 49% for Herschel Walker, 48.9% for Raphael Warnock. And what do you think, guys? Do we give this thing another couple minutes to see what it does? But
I've got 90% in.
Soon.
I've got 90% in. 90% in with 49.2 for Walker and 48.7 for Warnock.
Okay, so it's going to dip back for Warnock. Wow, that is incredibly close. Incredibly close. So you guys have any parting thoughts here on the evening with this wonderful audience we had in the chat room there? I was watching and trying to respond to as many of those thoughts and observations as we possibly could while we were doing this. So what do you guys have for some final thoughts tonight?
I have 4 words. These are my final 4 words tonight. Pray for your leaders. Pray for your leaders, whether you like them, dislike them, agree or disagree, or you're happy or sad or angry. Pray for them. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a fantastic message. And something along those lines that I've noticed, Dan, you mentioned the comments. Most of these comments over the last little while have been exchanging Bible verses back and forth, talking about faith and theology, some of it on the topic of the election, some of it not at all related to the election. But, I think it's a great reminder that we are not of this world, as Scripture says. We belong to a bigger kingdom, a superior kingdom, and one that can't be overturned by a midterm election or a general election or anything like that. These elections 100% matter, but our faith and salvation in Christ is what ultimately matters most, and that's where our treasure is. So keep things in perspective, I think, is the important thing.
Amen to that. You said that so well, Trey. I'm not going to say anything else additional because I feel like it's almost midnight and I'll botch it up. You did very well there with that. So all I'll say is thank you to everyone who hopped on this stream and spent the last 4 hours with us. It was a lot of fun to watch these results come in. You kind of knew that not every one of these races was going to be called by midnight. It just seems to be, unfortunately, the new norm, as I've griped about frequently throughout the stream tonight. So we appreciate you being here. I'm 2 Diet Mountain Dews in. I'm surprised I only got through 2. I really thought I was going to do a lot more than 2 Diet Mountain Dews here in between this 8 and midnight time frame. But hey, there's surprises.
I was thinking at least 5. So
I thought I'd get at least 4. I thought I'd get at least 4, but it didn't happen. So.
I had 5 coffees. So
okay. All right. Well, hey, look, we're here at midnight now, but we're also going to be here at 7 a.m. If all of you enjoyed our shenanigans tonight, hey, come on, 7 a.m. Quick Start podcast. You know what? I'm going to put that. Should I put the link in there, guys? Just because I'm going to make it easy for everyone.
Why
I'm going to
wouldn't
make
you?
it easy for everyone. Yeah. I'm going to put the Apple podcast link. Watch this. I'm going right to it. We're going to go there, and we're going to come over here, and there it is. Yeah, the Quick Start podcast. I think it is. What did I put in there? Now I'm going to
you got it.
It is it.
Right. You got it.
This is real time, folks.
This is real time. I mean, but the URL. Well, I was terrified for a minute because I was like, what did I just put in there? But it was the right link. So God is good. But all right. God bless you. Thanks so much for being here and spending this time with us on CBN and the main feed over with John Jessup and everybody else over there on the CBN News team. Hope you have a fantastic night. And Lord willing, and that creek don't rise. We'll see you back here soon. God bless.